Development Governmental Relations Subcommittee, the Holyoke City Council. With us from the committee, I know we have Councilor Tallman, we have Councilor Graney. I don't see any other. I'm the chairman, so we have a quorum. Hooray! I know we have Councilor Murphy, because he never misses. I know we have Councilor Vacan. She rarely misses, if ever. And I think that's it.
Councilor Barley, Jim Leahy's here as well.
We have Councilor Leahy here. This is exciting. All right, I think that's the tail of the tape, and we have two other councilors from the committee that are AWOL, but I'm sure they'll join us at some point. Okay, first thing on the agenda is to the committee's item is the minutes from the last meeting. I know they came in, so we thank Jeff for the minutes, but I didn't read them, and I'm not prepared to talk about them, so I just don't leave them on the table if that's okay.
Motion to table.
Minutes on the table. Second.
Just motion made, second, leave on the table. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see here. We have, if I could get an amendment to take number 2 off the table, please.
Motion to take item number 2 off the table for discussion.
Motion made, second, to take number 2 off the table under discussion. Hearing none. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Amendment to the FY 2019 annual plan to incorporate CDBG-CV funds, etc., in the amount of $486,003 coronavirus funds in the amount of $486,324. Alicia Zeller is here. Alicia, unmute yourself. Motion to allow Alicia to address us on this matter, please.
Motion on Alicia address us.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye. Okay, Alicia, what's happening here?
So good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As you recall, last late spring, early summer, the city received an original allocation of a little more than $700,000 in community development block grant funds designated as CV for the specific purpose to prepare for, prevent, and address coronavirus COVID-19 in the city through the CDBG program. HUD notified us that we will be receiving, that we've been awarded an additional $486,324 again in CDBG-CV fund to prepare for, to respond to COVID-19 in the community. And I'm here tonight to ask you to accept those funds.
All right, so why don't you tell us a little about what the funds are going to be used for?
So the funds are going to be used for 3 specific categories. The first is in the economic development realm. We're proposing $100,000 to small business grants. In the public service realm, $341,000 to address food insecurities, rental assistance, legal services, and childcare for our agencies who are currently working in those areas, as well as meeting the community's pandemic response through the Board of Health for $225,000. And then the last portion is the administration and planning. HUD allows us to expend up to $45,324 for the purposes of administering and planning these activities, for a total of $486,324. There
you go, right to the penny. The economic development, $100,000 per small business grant. So, yep. What are we doing? Is there a how does that work exactly?
So to date, we've expended about $75,000 in small business grants to, I believe, a total of 15 businesses. I don't have the full sheet in front of me, 15 businesses, in order to preserve approximately 19 jobs, both full-time and part-time. And so we would expect that the $100,000 would be provided in the community in the same format, likely up to $10,000 grant to small businesses, either to retain jobs that are held by low and moderate income residents, or businesses that are owned by a low and moderate income resident known as a micro enterprise. Okay, and then on the 70, let's just start with the first one first. On the 75,000 and 15 businesses, yep. Can you send us a communication on that, Alicia? I'd be happy to. We've been working with the chamber to wrap up and get all the compliance pieces in place. So I'm happy to go ahead and send the final report on that first 75,000.
Okay, and then the next 100,000, if I'm a small business and I need to find out the criteria and I need to find out how to apply, where do I go?
So they're welcome to call our office, 413-322-5610, and we can walk them through it. We're still working with the Chamber of Commerce to figure out the best way to deploy those funds, whether it's again through the Chamber of Commerce or whether it will be through the Community Development Office directly. We're also in the process. I reached out to the mayor to try to make it easier for folks to learn about the program. And so we're hoping to have a training video released in the next couple of weeks. Basically a quick like YouTube video that sort of walks people through what are the qualifications, how do they apply, what kind of documentation do they need, that sort of thing. What are the eligible expenses?
And I take it you have on the website under your page you have additional information. Is that true?
So we do have information on our Facebook page. I don't believe that it's been uploaded to the web page, the city's web page, because of some technical difficulties with accessing the web. So, but we're certainly, we're certainly available to answer any questions.
So say that again. So we have a brand new website for the city of Holyoke. So tell me what the problem is so I can understand it.
So we're still working. My compliance manager is still working on getting information uploaded to it. There's been just a few technical glitches.
Okay, who are we working with the city to are we working with what's the firm that we're spending the what? Thank you. And what are we spending to Wally? I can't remember. It was I think it was somewhere around $400,000. So is Wally helping us out with this, Alicia?
I believe the organization, and don't quote me on this because Jennifer Martin's in the office really is the one handling it. But I believe the organization that Jen was working with was Proud City.
What's okay. All right, that's a new one.
Hold on, I've got let me see. I believe that I'd have to get back to you on it. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know that we've had, a few technical glitches with getting material uploaded to the website. So we have been using alternate forms of communication. But by all means, if there's small businesses out there that are watching that are in need of assistance, please, they can call our office. They can email me directly. All of our contact information is on the website, and they can reach out to us directly.
Okay. All right. So I'm mystified by this because Wally Computer is a vendor, Alicia. So I'm going to say, I don't know, Proud City. I'm sure they're a reputable firm, but I don't remember them in the budget getting $400,000 or thereabouts. And also to have an on-site person. So Wally Computer has an on-site person in City Hall, allegedly, and an HPD allegedly, and an HFD allegedly, on a kind of a rotating basis. At least that's what was communicated to us at the last time we had a budget hearing last June. And if any counselor wants to correct me, feel free to, but I don't think I'm wrong. So, but if anybody wants to tell me who Proud City is, that's great. But Wally Computer's making the money, and they need to. I'm going to suggest you need to do that. So just on the next phase, or public. So the 100,000 for economic dev, the 341, Alicia. Tell me about that one, if you would.
So for the 341, we're looking at 116,000 for existing public services, food, rental assistance, legal services, childcare. Those folks that have already been serving the community and have exhausted their funds, because we've had a number of folks reaching out saying that they could use additional funds to serve, particularly in the area of food access. And then of that 225 for the Board of Health and for Sean and his crew to continue the public response. And this will be particularly critical in terms of rolling out the vaccine, ensuring proper community messaging, ensuring inspections, Board of Health, nursing services to do contact tracing, that sort of thing.
Okay, councilors have questions from the
Yeah,
committee?
Mr. President, Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
Rainey? Yeah, Counselor Green.
Yeah,
Before you go, I
Alicia,
see, Howie, hold on a second. I think I see Gladys LeBron Martinez is here from the committee. Okay, all right, just want to recognize counselors. Counselor Grandy, go ahead, please, sorry.
Yeah, Alicia, when you say rolling out the Board of Health rolling out, does the city have a site picked out, or does the city have any plans as to procure this vaccine and get it into the residents' arms using some of this money? Because that's the most critical thing that we need out there. We need the vaccine in people's arms.
So, Counselor, I would defer any questions regarding the vaccine or public health questions. I would defer those to Sean and the Board of Health.
Well, I was particularly asking out of the $434,000, is there any money, how much money is allocated toward direct service to the citizens in the community with the vaccine?
So we're advocating for the 225 for the Board of Health. How that is split out towards vaccine rollout will be for Sean to determine in partnership with his state and federal contacts as well. But I know, vaccine rollout, of course, is critical, as is messaging, getting the word out to the community, staffing testing sites, making sure those vaccination sites are staffed as well. They're coordinated. And I don't think Sean is on the call with us tonight, but I would direct any specific questions around vaccinations or testing programs to Sean. But this 225 will be used for direct community service.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the promotion, Jeff. You're a good guy. I know you reached out to Mr. Gonzalez, and Mr. Gonzalez said what?
He had another commitment this evening.
Okay. Can you, Jeff, you took note of what Councilor Graney said?
Yes.
Would you ask Mr. Gonzalez to send a communication to the city council relative to Councilor Graney's questions and relative to any other pertinent question in this regard? Can you do that for us, Jeff?
I'll send that as soon as the meeting's over.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you
councilors?
very much.
Yeah. Okay. What's the deal with why? I see hands up now, but they're not blue. Who changed the color of the hands? Who did that? Is that you, Jeff?
Mine are blue.
Mine's below.
Oh, maybe I did it then. Okay. I have no idea what. I'm gonna recognize Councilor Tallman. Then I'm gonna recognize Councilor Lisi. Then I'll recognize Councilor Leahy. Councilor Tallman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alicia, based on the money for the public service, you talked about food insecurity. Can you tell me a list of maybe the agencies that'll be getting some of that money?
Certainly, Councilor. So in the first round, we had food security funding go to the Stavros Center for Independent Living, the Western Mass Elder Care and their meal delivery program, the Holyoke Boys and Girls Club for their dinner club. And we also increased allocations to the Providence Ministries for both Margaret's Pantry as well as their community meals. And I think that's everyone. Stavros, in the first round of CDBG-CV, it was Stavros, Western Mass, the Boys and Girls Club, and I think that's everybody.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
So we've
you
been
for
in,
that.
you're welcome. We've been in communication with the agencies, making sure that, they're able to roll out with as few hitches as possible, but also coordinating with each other so that we're not duplicating services, and that we're serving as many families and households as we possibly can.
Yeah, I've been in touch with the Holyoke Boys and Girls Club, a couple of the people on the board there, and they do a great job with that. And also, we just had a little show about Providence Ministries and the great work they do the other night on Reel to Reel. So anything that these agencies can get to help, I think that's vital, and the sooner that we can get that to them is critical. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you'll send us a communication on that as well, Alicia?
Sure, I'm happy to send you a status report on where we are with expenditures for the first go around, as well as how we're doing now.
Okay. Counselor Lisi, welcome, and Counselor Lisi has the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer some help related to, so Proud City is the website host, which is different than what Wally's providing in technical support. And so they're just two different, one's the like internal sort of functioning of our like data and internet access and computers, whereas the website and host is going to be through Proud City. So those are the two different agencies that the city works with there.
Okie dokes. Counselor Leahy.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, good evening, Lachelle. Hello, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. I had a similar question in the beginning to Counselor Bartley, because it's my understanding at the meeting that if any issues arose, that an employee could give it to the person that's on call, if you will, and that person would figure it out. How much did Wally Computer get the first go around? Do you have that?
All right, Counselor, are you asking me, Alicia?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, who is the question? Who is the question directed to?
You, Alicia, do you have that information?
Oh, definitely not. No, we don't have any contracts or that sort of thing with Wally Computer.
All right, so for the first go around, you don't have the breakdown.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
that line seems to be breaking up on my end. I apologize.
Yeah, let me so let me just step back here for a second. So I asked the question as to whether or not the relevant information, how to find out about this program, how to apply, whether or not you're eligible, whether or not that's on the city's webpage under the CDBG page, and it is not. And I thought that was unusual. So then I asked the question as to whether Wally Computer, who is the city's consultant at the advice of the mayor, city's consultant, and who has a full-time employee dedicated 5 days a week to the city, whether that employee has been consulted by Ms. Zeller, and she advised no. And she said she thinks she's working with something called Proud City. And then Councilor Lisi said Proud City is a website host. So I don't know much else beyond that, but Wally's not getting anything from CDBG funds. So hopefully that'll clarify where that stands. But okay. Councilor Lee has the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I've been driving for the last few hours or so, so I have you on speakerphone. Did we? I did see Jeffrey emailed us some documents. I didn't get a chance to look at them. But is it the breakdown of where all the money is, planned to be going to, with names and that sort of thing? Do we have all the information at our fingertips?
You do. You have the resolution. I had emailed out the resolution asking the council to accept the funding tonight, as well as the proposed substantial amendment, which describes the 100,000 to the business, the 341 to public services, and then the admin and planning.
And so it breaks it down with individual names. For instance, admin and planning. Do we know how much money is going to what person and that sort of thing?
No, we haven't broken that down yet. It depends on the number of hours that each staff person puts in working on this pool of funds. So we haven't started to bill that out until the funds are actually accepted and it becomes a billable item against it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So in the first go around, do we have a report at our fingertips that breaks down that same question?
I don't have anything here tonight, but I certainly can get you something.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be hard to vote on this without knowing what happened the first go around. I mean, we're certainly going to take all the money we can get and make sure that it's put to good use. But there's a lot of questions, at least by my part. I don't know about other councilors.
So I do have a report in front of me that would let you know, if you had a particular question on an agency, I can tell you how much they were funded and how much has actually been drawn.
On all the agencies. Okay. I want to know, I mean, this is a macro level macro level type of thing. We need to know exactly where all the money's been spent. It's like transparency.
So the first go around of funds, that was on the spreadsheet that was approved and then disseminated. So that spreadsheet indicates how much each activity was funded. So for
Right,
instance,
but the activity is not broken down to, you know, segments. I'd like to see like more of a micro type of thing.
so for instance, Valley Opportunity Council was funded with $246,941 for rental assistance.
Do we
And
get receipts for that too?
do we get receipts?
Well,
Sure.
yeah. So give Valley Valley, say if I give them, I'm just using this as a hypothetical, or I'm giving XYZ company $100,000. Do we get proof that this is where the money went to? It didn't go for admin costs. It didn't go for supplies, that sort of thing.
So we operate on a reimbursable basis. And so for instance, Valley Opportunity Council, we've been working with them over the last week or so to do a reimbursement. And so in order for them to be paid any of the CDBG funds, they're going to be submitting documentation to us that includes the client intake form for the person for whom rent was paid, canceled check from the landlord for that rental payment, a copy of the file checklist that indicates that all of the documents that we've required for each one of the tenant files is there, as well as a reimbursement form that they complete and they certify. So we're operating entirely on a reimbursable basis.
Okay. And in fact, I think Marcos had said that some time ago, but thank you for refreshing my mind on that. But if we could have all that other information for each segment, you know, broken down before we vote on this, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think that's what I requested a little bit earlier. So if you could. So all right. Councilors have any other questions on this agenda item number 2 besides that? So I would first entertain a motion that we approve this.
I make a motion to approve the funds for the CDBG funds, CV funds, part 2.
Second.
Motion made second to approve that under discussion. So Alicia, so I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna expect you to just send a communication to us. I don't seem to have it. I can't find it. But so you're gonna send us from the first round, if you would, just kind of how we did on economic development and then public service, and then perhaps who were the grant the grantees and the amounts they received. And then perhaps you could tell us you know, a little bit about the I heard what you said for the Echo Dev. You had oh gosh, I wrote it down. 19 jobs, 15 businesses, 19 jobs for the first 75,000. So perhaps you could just sort of or I'm sure there's a spreadsheet you already have. You can send a communication to the to Jeff, and then he'll disseminate that to the council. All right, is there any other discussion on agenda item 2? Hearing none, seeing none on the motion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, so recommend, Councilor Brown Martinez, you got to turn it, you got to vote. And I got to have your mic on when you vote.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, did you, did you vote aye for the last one?
I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay. I just got to have an oral vote, at least in this committee. Okay, so that I believe sailed through 5 love. Okay, thank you, Alicia. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone. Be well.
All right, I'll get a motion, please, to take agenda item number 3 off the table and open the public hearing, please.
Motion to take item number 3 off the table and open up the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to remove agenda item number 3 from the table, open to public hearing. Under discussion, hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Public hearing. November 4th, a special permit application of Jill LaBeau for a driveway at the front of the house, facing the house at 23 O'Connor Avenue, and they have a map. They have assessed their information on there. Miss LaBeau, where are you?
Right here, Counselor.
Right here. Well, you're here somewhere. I can hear your voice. I can't
I'm
see you.
here somewhere.
Yeah. she's
But
here.
are you on video?
I don't think the laptop has video. No.
That's okay. You don't have to be. That's okay. All right. So, Ms. LaBeau, welcome to the Holyoke City Council. It's a real pleasure to make your acquaintance again. Let's just let me just go to the right table. I'm getting used to the technology, but it's not my strong suit. So bear with. Oh my golly, where are you? Jeff has got us organized pretty well. Just a question of me finding it. All right. Okay. So Ms. LaBeau, we've conferred on this a few times. I'm just going to sail through here, see if anything from any department on this. So Ms. LaBeau, why don't you, in your own words, why don't you tell us what's happening for this permit, okay?
Sure. Yes, sir. So the driveway, such as it is at the back of the house on Clinton. And my mother, about 18 months ago, had to come live with me, and she has severe COPD. And if she parked at the back of the house, she'd have to go up 4 flights of stairs, and she can barely do a flight of stairs. So we were looking to get a driveway on O'Connor, which is the front of the house, where she would only have to go up 1 flight of stairs to get into the second floor apartment, as opposed to parking on Clinton, where she would have to go up 4 flights of stairs into the apartment. That's just not, she's just not physically able to do it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. LaBeau, for that. So essentially what's happening is that there's a city ordinance, and the city ordinance says if you want to put a driveway, just for the public, Ms. LaBeau, if you want to put a driveway in the front, you've got to come to the city council and ask for a special permit. And on top of that, not only do you have to ask for a special permit, you have to do it in a public hearing. So we're going to go through the process in a second. So Ms. LaBeau, is that pretty much your presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Do councilors have questions for Ms. LaBeau? I see no hands. There are department heads here to speak on this matter in any form or fashion. I see no department heads doing so. Jeff, do we have any department heads here?
No one has indicated they're here to speak on this.
All right. Is there any member of the public here that wants to address this matter, either pro or con?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Graney,
I just have a quick question to Ms. LaBeau.
go ahead.
How O'Connor Avenue runs into Clinton? I'm not seeing how the property would be 4 flights on Clinton and 1 flight on O'Connor. Is the house backed up to Clinton?
Yes, sir. So the house is right on that S curve. So I'm right next to what we call the big house, which has all the land right next door. So if you
Okay.
come down Clinton, there's about 5 steps up from the driveway. Then there's an incline. Then there's a flight of stairs onto the first floor porch, because it's actually a walkout basement from the back of the house. And then once she comes inside the house, there's 2 more flights of stairs inside the house to get up to the back kitchen entrance to the apartment.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I see anybody here raising their hands for a public hearing on this part. So let's just, before I motion, Ms. LaBeau, I'm going to just ask a quick question. When, and you know I've been talking for a little bit on this.
Yes, sir.
When do you think you're going to commence construction of the driveway?
So we did get an estimate on the driveway, but obviously they can't do it in the middle of winter. So it would be sometime this summer, whenever the vendor has time to do it.
Okay, so you've got the vendor identified. And do you know how long? Did the vendor indicate how long the construction process would last?
It's like a day.
Oh, geez, that's great. That's great. And your mom's going to be able to, instead of walking up 4 flights, she's going to be able to walk what, like a fraction of that amount?
Yeah. So it would be the difference of 12 steps compared to 32 or so.
Got it. Okay. All right. I think a motion to close the public hearing would probably be in order.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. Under discussion, hearing none. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll take a motion to grant the special permit.
Motion to grant the special permit for the driveway in the front yard?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to grant a special permit as written. I don't really think there's a need to put any conditions on this unless counselors feel there is. I don't see. I mean, I think we heard what she said. It's going to be, she got the vendor. It's for mom. It's going to be a one-day deal. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. So that being said, on the motion to grant the special permit, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay. Ms. LaBeau?
Yes,
What wasn't that exciting?
that was very exciting.
Yes. So what we just did was we recommend, this body is going to forward by a 5-0 vote a recommendation to the full city council to grant the special permit. Only the full city council has authority to do that.
Okay.
That vote will happen next Tuesday. That vote will be part of the DGR, part of the meeting, and I would be surprised if it didn't pass. And so my recommendation to you would probably be just to tune into channel 15 if you're so inclined, and then go from there. So assuming it passes, there's a 20-day wait period, and then after that, you're going to have to go to, assuming it passes on the 2nd of February, you're going to have to go to the 20 days or thereabouts after. You're going to have to go to the city clerk and pick up your permit. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll take a motion to take agenda item 4 off the table and open the public hearing, please.
Take item number 4 off the table and open up the public hearing.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to take agenda item 4 off the table and open up the public hearing and discussion. Hearing none on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing, December 15th, 2020. Wow, we're moving these fast, Jeff. Special permit application of Gina and Raquel Fasoli, Figueroa, for a painting business at 145 Mountain View Drive. Gina and Raquel, are you here? I see Raquel. Unmute yourself, Raquel, if you would. And where's Gina?
I'm stuck.
Hi, I'm
Hi,
Raquel.
Is Gina
Hey,
here?
Raquel.
She's in the room, but
That's okay, as long as you're here.
yes.
Hi and welcome to the Holyoke City Council. Very happy and proud to have you here. Why don't you tell us what's happening?
Okay, so we just bought this house on September 2nd, and we love it here. And I started the painting business in 2014, and I love Holyoke. And the reason why I started painting because I like to help people. So I just would like to continue still having my business, but having it at home. So I could work at home, since now is not the time to start looking for like a place like to rent for a business, because you know what's going on. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. Why don't you? So I see on your application that I have in front of me that you expect no customer traffic, that your hours of operation are 8 to 5, and you don't expect any deliveries. Is that all accurate?
Oh yeah, no, there's not gonna be any delivery or anything like that. It's just basically working from home with a laptop and getting quotes at the people's house.
Okay. So will there be a need for a sign?
No, there's not going to be any sign.
Okay. And it's 8 to 5. what, 7 days a week, you say?
No, it's Monday through Saturday. I don't work Sundays because Sunday is God day and he gave it to me and I like to have it. So I don't work Sundays. So it's only open Monday to Saturday.
Yeah, yeah, and the reason I'm asking because quite typically for home occupancy, we put on certain conditions on a permit. I think the only one I'm going to say, I mean, I saw your hours, and I'll let counselors can make their own motions and whatever. The only one I'm going to recommend to the council is that you don't allow deliveries and you don't allow a sign on there. And if I made that motion, would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to do it yet, but the hours, I think, because you're not really having anybody come there. The hours are your hours. I mean, I don't really see us. I don't see there being a need for city council to impose any kind of a condition or permit for your hours based upon what you just told me. And all right, councilors from the committee, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just to the petitioner, are there going to be any vehicles with of the business with signage on the vehicles?
At the moment, I do have a vehicle. It's my van that I started with, and it has the magnet signs, and it says Indigo, and it has my number on it.
So it's a van. It's a truck, basically.
No, it's a van. It's not a truck.
Okay. And it has the company.
It's a commercial van.
What's the size of the van?
I only have one van. So it's a very small business. It's not like a big business. And I just do houses. I mean, it's a house painting business. But I do have van to carry my materials.
I understand that, but once again, it's a company vehicle that's in a residential neighborhood.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just right. Oh, okay, Raquel, people keep moving on these screens. You're over here now. I'm sorry. I was looking at Councilor Murphy. I knew that wasn't Raquel. That's where you were before in the Hollywood Squares here. Okay, so just back to Councilor Graney's point. The van is a van going to be garaged at night? Will it be in the driveway? Are there, how's that going to look? If you would, can you just describe it for me?
Well, at the moment we have a 2-car garage, but because we moved in, we're still not able to park inside yet. But eventually, yeah, we do want to park. We want to utilize the garage, the indoor garage.
Okay, so would you say that in what the next I don't know, the next 9 months you'll be able to have your garage available to park your van inside?
Oh yeah.
All right, and would you accept a condition? So, for example, that we require that the van be parked indoors between I don't know 5 p.m. and 5 a.m. Would you be okay with that?
Okay.
Is that an okay? You would be okay with it?
Yes.
All right. I mean, we can shake up those hours. We can maybe make it 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. something like that. But I just wanted to. Yeah, I think where Councilor Green was going, it's a residential neighborhood, and maybe it would be more aesthetically pleasing if the van was parked inside. With that. Okay. Any other councilors? Okay, I see. Oh boy, I didn't check the order. Well, first, Councilor LeBron Martinez on the committee. Councilor LeBron Martinez, please.
Yeah. So this is a in-house painting business,
yes.
Not an outside painting. Like my question is, are you gonna have ladders and things like that outside, or where will you keep your equipment?
So my van is like
Are you there?
it's a Chevy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my van is a Chevy Express van. So basically, like all the ladders fit inside my van, so they don't. I don't even have a rack in the on top of the van, so everything is inside.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I don't know who's first, but Councilor McGivern. And welcome, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here. We've seen this before, and if I could just ask a couple questions and maybe a suggestion or two. Raquel, when it's a job by job basis. When you are done with the job, what are you going to do with the unused paint?
Well, usually what I do with the paint, if the paint is dry, you could recycle those cans. And then I don't order, like, the paints don't go, they never go to anybody's. The paint goes directly to the customers.
Well,
so for
thank you.
example,
What I was hoping is that, you know, you buy the paint you need for a job, and whatever you don't use, you leave with the person who paid you to paint the house.
right. Well,
Okay,
we try not to order too much, so then they only have like something for touch up or something like that.
What type of storage are you going to need outside of what's in your van?
Probably just like just a few like materials that I would need, like if I need to remove wallpaper, so I have like a wallpaper, like a machine, something like that. Ladders, paintbrushes. It's not really all that. I won't.
Where would the storage be? Is what I'm getting at.
Where the paint would be?
On your property.
Probably in the basement.
Because that's the big thing. Because what you're asking for is to operate your business, which essentially means you need a tax ID for the federal government. I'm assuming is why you did this. And what you need, is allowed to do is to make telephone calls, to operate your business, part of your business out of your house. The van, we can't govern the van because it's a commercial vehicle that you could probably drive home anyways. But we do and have to pay attention to the storage of materials. There should be not my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, there should be no storage of materials outside the garage or a designated spot in the basement. But even that, needs to be limited, and for fairness of being a residential neighborhood itself.
Yeah, I hear you on that, Councilor McGivern. I think that's where Councilor Bon Martinez is driving, so I made a note of that, and we'll address that accordingly.
Okay, and I understand the concern about the van, but the commercial vans are already governed by law, and we don't want to be giving permission for a van to be there that can't be there. But I understand the regulation of if it's going to be part of the company, perhaps keeping it in the garage makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, that's we'll put it up under discussion. Okay, anything else, Joe?
That's it.
Councilor, why are these hands? I tell you, they're green now. Is it because we're getting close to March? Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the van. I mean, it seems like in some ways, there's lots of, families that have vans. And so it doesn't seem like a large intrusion into the neighborhood, even if it had like, signage, whether it's painted or a magnet. A van is something that I think we commonly see on our neighborhood streets. And it's not like a lawn care truck with a bunch of equipment. The van, the way that it's been described, sounds very neat. All the equipment is, tucked away inside. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of materials being stored on site. Everything is just going into the van. It's like, the whole operation is really operating out of that vehicle. with the addition of like some phone calls to actually get the client. So I don't know if it's necessary to, you know, so heavily regulate the van as long as it's parked off street. I think that's the thing that you'd want to have, that it's parked in the driveway. If it's easy enough to get it in the garage, then sure. But I think we just want to make sure it's not parked on the street, and that it's, you know, again, I think it's a pretty neat, easy thing to sort of, you know, manage. And I'd rather see it just in the driveway, or yeah, I don't think we need some heavy regulations about it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tallman, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Raquel is very amenable to what we have said, and my big thing is no deliveries, and really try to keep it no signs either, and try to keep it as invisible as possible. We've done a few of these. I've done a few of these over the years, special permits for home occupation, and try to keep it as though nothing's really been happening. So try to keep it as invisible as possible for the neighbors in that area. So I think that would be something to really think about. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's where I was going with the, but I'll circle back to the, Raquel, I'm telling you, I can't get used to this stuff. Thank you, Raquel, for, Raquel, will there be an issue putting the van inside the garage once you've, you know, fully moved in to the house? Is that going to, because I don't want to make it a burden, but at the same time, you heard what Councilor Thomas said, when you have a home occupation, we try to make it as, your business as subtle as we possibly can. We're happy you're here in Holyoke. We're happy you're a business, but you know, you're doing it in a residential area. So if we did make that a condition of the permit to require you to put the van inside the garage, is that going to be a burden?
No, I don't think so. And I have a lot of family members too. I could park it in their house too, if it's going to be a problem.
Well, again, I you know, so it's just, I just want to make sure you understand this clearly. You heard Councilor Thomas and others say that we're just trying not to, because you're in a residential area. I don't think there's really on-street parking on Mountain Road or Mountain View. If there is, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. But
no, it's a very beautiful area. We're happy to be here.
Yeah, so we're just trying to be sensitive to your abutters and all that too. That's why we're doing this, and we do this with every single applicant. I just want you to, I know this is your first time here, but this is not the first time we've had this type of discussion. So just so you feel, you know, this is not being singled out. Okay. All right. Jeff, are there any department heads here that want to speak on this matter?
They haven't indicated they're here to speak on this, though, you know, they're certainly obviously free to.
Okay. Is there any member from the public and a butter that wants to speak in favor or against this?
Dave Kavanaugh, 111 Mountain View.
Oh, Dave Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Kavanaugh. Hey, okay, so Dave Kavanaugh.
Good evening.
Welcome, and you have the floor. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, just let me just set the ground rules here. So, first of all, thank you for being here. So you're going to address us whether pro or con. That's your business. But the way you're going to do it is that you're just going to address the chair, which is, in this case, it's me. That we're not going to fire off questions to the applicant or to other counselors. You know, try to do it within a reasonable amount of time. You know, whatever. 2 or 3 minutes. Is that okay? So, and then if we have to get to a colloquy, we will. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Just your address, please. I'm sorry.
It's 111 Mountain View.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair, for, the meeting here and addressing certain constraints relative to the application. Clearly, it's a pre-existing residential neighborhood where parties have bought homes or built homes with the expectation of staying residential. I'm sympathetic to the applicant, and the only concerns I might have is you've addressed, the vehicle being off the street, storage issues. What I don't know is the scope of the operation. It's an internal interior painting, sounds like. I don't know if there's more than 1, 2, 3 employees, if folks will be parking on the street. That information would be helpful as I consider the application relative to 111 Mountain View.
Okay, so Raquel, so let's take it one at a time. just the business itself, is this an exterior painting? Is it interior paint? What's the scope of the business?
Well, I have a website. It's www.indigopainters.com, and what we offer is interior paintings.
Okay, interior painting. All right. And then Raquel, I think the follow-up question, if I heard Mr. Kavanaugh right, number of employees. What are we talking about?
It's just me.
Okay. So you're a one person band, right? So you bring in the business, and then you contract and you go out and do the work, and then you collect and you do all the things that you do, and then you come home at the end of the day. Is that basically it?
Yeah, and if I get big jobs, it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna say no to money, but what we do is we subcontract. So I'll get it together with another painter, and we'll just finish the job if there's a deadline.
Okay, so would the other painter have to go to the home office much, or how's that going to work?
No, nobody comes here.
Okay,
everybody
right, so
has their own car.
Okay, so no. All right, Mr. Kavanaugh, follow up.
Yeah, so relative to the constraints you put on the application, how do you verify that they're being adhered to over what period of time?
Oh, very fair question. Yes. So let me attempt to answer that. But if I don't answer it right, one of the veteran counselors here, and they are seasoned veteran counselors, they will correct me on a flash. We have a building commissioner. So this permit is going to be, it's issued by the city council, but it's administered by the building commissioner, or if necessary, the Board of Health, because you can imagine their jurisdiction would cover this thing. So if there's a complaint coming that the applicant, petitioner, if you will, has left the van outside, 4 nights in a row, if Councilor McGivern pointed out, if there's paint cans, if Councilor Martinez pointed out, if there are ladders all over the yard, I would suggest a call to the building commissioner. A photograph probably would be smart, and a call to the building commissioner and or the Board of Health, depending upon whether it's ladders or paint or solvents or whatever. So that's how, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. Another follow-up?
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I don't have any objections based on what the constraints have been placed on the application at this time.
Okay. We're still, Mr. Donahue, are you raising your hand for this matter?
I am. I actually live right up the street on 8 Steiger Road.
Okay,
So
Matt, go ahead.
I go by that.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I go by that house every single day. I just wanted to first welcome you to the neighborhood, Raquel. And
Thank you.
I am in support of her being able to do this subject to the limitations that you guys have clearly announced. I think that you guys are doing a great job, and I think that, Raquel, we welcome you to the neighborhood, and we're glad to have another business in Holyoke.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, it's as long as we're keeping everybody entertained, that's really my job. It's all about the comedy. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you did a fine.
Joe, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have the floor.
With your answer to Mr. Kavanaugh, you did a fine job. The only thing I would add is the permit is good for 1 year. The second year, the permit can be reissued if there's no complaints without a public hearing. But anytime there's complaints, if there's a legitimate or to a degree, we can also have a hearing to revoke the permit if necessary. That's very rare, but 1 year from now, the applicant would have to at least put it in to be renewed. If we've heard no complaints, typically these permits are renewed.
Yeah. So let me just emphasize what Councilor McGivern says. So we have a plethora of home occupation permits in the city, and we just we run through them, and it's invariably Councilor Lisi who makes the motion to approve it, so long as the petitioner is caught up with their taxes and fees and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a true statement. So this is good, Mr. Kavanaugh, as Councilor McGivern pointed out, for a 1 year, and then it'll get re-upped when you know, I suppose if we pass it, re-upped in February of 22, it'll be for that city council, assuming there's nothing going on in the interim. All right, other counselors have question marks. Public have question marks. I don't see anybody. I would entertain a motion to close the public, wait, before, Raquel, are you good to go with all this stuff?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
Seth?
took notes. Thank you.
Oh, wow, I'm glad somebody's taking notes. Nobody ever takes notes.
I'm taking notes. Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Who did that? Peter, you took some notes? Oh,
I'm taking
I
some
don't think
notes.
Gibbon does now, you know, because he's jealous of notes I take in finance. A motion's made and seconded to close the public hearing under discussion. Hearing seeing none on the motion. Aye.
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 Real good. Okay, public hearing closed. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to grant the permit.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to grant the permit under discussion. There should be certain conditions to this. I think, and this is just my interpretation. I heard what Councilor Tallman said, to make it as invisible as possible. So, and Jeff, I got to rely on you to get these down. So I'm just going to spit them out. So condition 1 would be no signage. Condition 2 would be materials, all materials stored indoors. Third condition would be because the van has signage on it, that the van be garaged from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily, and that would start 9 months from the date that the permit's issued, because the parties just moved into their new home, and they have the garage sort of jammed up with their belongings. Hopefully it could be done sooner, but you heard the discussion, you know, and I'll, you know, whatever the council wants to do, we'll do it. But the applicant was good to go with that. So I said no signage, materials is stored inside, the van inside, overnight 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. is what I suggested. Let me just go to her. Number 4, no deliveries. Councilor Tallman pointed that out as well. No deliveries so those are the 4 conditions. I'm going to make a motion that we condition the permit with those 4 items.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to any further discussion? Sorry, Pete, this thing is screwed up. Councilor Tallman.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I go along with all the conditions. Just that one I think is a little bit too long as the time frame. Is it? I don't think it'll take 9 months. Is it possible to amend that to possibly put it at 6 months?
So moved. I'll second that.
Okay.
So we'll amend that to 6 months. Okay. All right. Any other counselors have? I have to say, this was probably one of the best discussions believe it or not, we've ever had. Is all 5 of us kind of throwing in our 2 cents. That was good. And the other counselors too. Your input's invaluable, frankly. Okay, so the motion is to grant with the following conditions: no signage, no deliveries, materials stored inside 24 hours a day, no materials ever outside. The van stored indoors between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. 7 days a week or 7 nights a week, and that would commence 6 months from the date that the permit is granted. So that motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion, Councilor Tallman?
All set.
Okay. On the motion to grant a special permit with the aforementioned set conditions, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. Okay, Raquel, thank you. Appreciate you being here. You think you heard what I said to the prior applicant, right? So we recommend it's before the full city council next week, and we'll take it from there. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'll take a motion to take agenda items 5A and 5B off the table, please, and open the public hearing. Actually, continue the public hearing.
Motion take item number 5A and B off the table and open up the public hearing.
Motion's made and seconded to take 5A and 5B off the table and continue the public hearing. On discussion, hearing none on the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Public hearing. Oh, look at Jeff writes it right on the agenda. Thank you, Jeff. All right, you're good. Continuation from December 14th, 2020. Special permit application of the log cabin banquet and meeting house for a drive-through facility per section 716 of the Holyoke zoning ordinance at 500 Easthampton Road. 5B is a letter from Levesque Associates requesting reinstatement and a one-year extension to approve special permit for the drive-through facility at 500 Easthampton Road. We have with us, don't tell me, have with us, or we should have with us, hold on a minute, let me just find my, there it is, Jessica Allen.
Good evening.
Jessica Allen. Okay, Miss Allen, welcome to the Holyoke City Council. You've been emailing me. What I'm going to ask you to do, and you've been emailing Jeff, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself. So your name, your company, your address, and why don't you tell us what's happening?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jessica Allen. I am a permitting project manager with our Levesque Associates in Westfield, Massachusetts. I'm here to give a project update on where we're at with this permit. As you know, this is a project that was filed originally in 2018. The permit for that, that special permit expired in August 2020, and we have refiled a new permit for a special permit at the same location for the same use for a drive-through facility and Delaney Market. Where I want to do today is just give you a little bit of an update where we're at. It's we have 3 permits concurrently filed with the city. We have the special permit request with City Council. We also have a site plan review with additional special permits requested through the Planning Board. And we also have a notice of intent that's currently filed with the Conservation Commission. So all of those 3 projects are concurrently being reviewed by city boards. We filed in early November. We received comments back from Planning Department and the city engineer for both permit applications through City Council as well as through the Planning Board. So we've been working through those comments diligently. We had a very great meeting with the city engineer and the Planning Department on Friday to continue to work through those items. And we still have some unresolved issues in regards to some traffic, drainage, and some of the site plan. And so what we're looking to do and what we hope to do is we want to make sure that we satisfy their concerns before we give a full presentation to the City Council. And so what we'd like to do is request a continuance for us to be able to continue to work through these issues with those 2 departments so that we can present something that everybody is content and happy with before we bring it to the boards for their approval. We submitted to you today a handful of new items. We have a response letter that was dated today that responds to the planner's comments as well as the city engineer comments that were directed specifically to this committee. We have submitted to you a revised set of site plans that's dated January 7th. In addition, we have a new technical memo from our traffic consulting engineer, McMahon Associates, that provides some information in regards of queue observations, which is one of the concerns that the city engineer brought to us to provide more data on. And so there's a memo that responds to those concerns as well. And then we also have submitted revised architectural plans based on comments that we received from the Planning Department. So those are, I think they're dated January 8th. And so all 4 of those items were submitted to Jeffrey this morning, and hopefully they've been passed on to you. We understand that you obviously haven't had enough time to dive deep into any of those documents since you've received them this morning. And so we ask that we can continue until your next meeting and allow us some additional time to continue to work through these comments with the city engineer and the planning department.
Ellen, thank you. I don't have any questions right now from the chair. Do other councilors have questions on the committee?
No,
I don't see. Councilor Brown Martinez, no?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
You're good? Okay.
Yep.
Councilor Graney?
No, just move to extend the, just to extend the deadline, that's all.
Yeah, one sec. Okay, so any councilors not on the committee want to speak on this matter? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor McGivern.
Hey, just a question. Is this public hearing a continuation, or is this a new public hearing?
Continuation.
All right, so it's the same applicant, but with new things going on.
Yes.
Same applicant. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councilors want to speak on this? Are there any department heads here that want to speak on this? Are there any members of the public here that want to speak for or against this? I'm not hearing a thing or seeing anything, but that doesn't mean, let's just scroll down here. Not seeing anything. Okay, Miss Allen, so let's just go in regular order here. So this is why, this is why I get paid a lot of money, Miss Allen, because I anticipate these things. If I could get a motion to take number 14 off the table, please.
Motion to take item number 14 off the table.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to suspend the rules, remove agenda item 14 from the table on discussion, hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Schedule next meeting, potential dates 2/22, 3/29, 4/26, 5/24, 6/14. So to the committee, the most pertinent one right now is 2/22. Is that a date that each committee member can attend? Gladys?
I can make it.
Yes, I can.
Howie?
Shouldn't be a problem.
Peter's good. Mike?
All set.
Okay. All right. You can see the other dates. I've other than 6/14, I've made them for the last Monday of each month. There were counselors that had conflicts on the first Monday, and I just want to get around that. And plus, I want to sort of go in orderly fashion for the rest of the through June. Now, if we have to amend this, we will. The June 14th one, I hope we don't have to meet that day. I just put it on there as a placeholder. So Jeff is. I just want us to instruct Jeff to put DGR for each of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dates. And so I'll just say. We'll just, if I could just get a motion to receive that.
Motion to receive.
Second.
Motion made second to receive. All in favor? Aye. Okay, so if I could get a motion to continue this public hearing until February 22nd at 6:30 p.m.
Motion to continue public hearing until February 22nd at 6:30.
Second.
Motion made second to continue the public hearing to 6:30 on discussion. Hearing and seeing none on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we are continued to Miss Allen, Mr. Ross Cotton, until February 22nd at 6:30 p.m. If there's other correspondence between now and then, I would just humbly ask, and maybe we could just get a touch earlier than the day of. But I get it. So.
Understood, okay, Mr. Chairman. Understood.
Okay, so we're good?
We are good. Thank you very much, and thank you for making your decision date higher up on the agenda, so I didn't need to stay for the full meeting.
Wow, well, I'll tell you what, this is a civics lesson that we can all do with, so maybe we'll amend that for next time. Okay, it's all about the comedy. If I could get a motion to take agenda item 6, suspend to take agenda items 6A and 6B off the table.
Motion to take item 6A and 6B off the table.
Second.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to remove agenda items 6A and 6B from the table. On discussion, hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Order pursuant to a CMR that Todd McGee, as president of the city council, hereby agree to waive the 120-day notice period as required by said section as to a parcel of land of approximately 21.7 acres in the city of Holyoke shown on Exhibit A attached here too, in which the Department of Conservation and Recreation is considering acquiring an interest. 6B, letter from the trustees of reservations requesting support for waiver of a 120-day notice period for DCR to acquire the parcel. So in the meantime, from this letter to tonight, let's see here. We've got all sorts of things going on, but let's see here. All positive in my book. So let's see. First thing we're going to do is we're going to open up an email from, wow, that is small, from Marguerite D. Reynolds. I think it says Assistant General Counsel, DCR, Causeway Street, Boston, Mass. Dear Mr. Anderson Burgos, thank you for your notice of the DGR committee meeting scheduled for January 25th. Unfortunately, the city council's decision to refer the procedural issue waiving the 120-day notice to committee has rendered the matter moot. Oh my goodness. DCR's right to acquire the parcel expired as a result of the delay, and the property has been sold to a third party, which we understand was known to at least several council members. Well, if that's not libelous, I don't know what is. DCR's representative present at the 12/1/20 meeting could have easily clarified this issue. However, she was not called on or allowed to respond to even the most procedural of questions raised by the council, period. Best, Marguerite. So with that pleasant missive in mind, let's see, we'll move on to, let's see, what else do we have here? And that email is dated January 22nd. It came in at 3:33 p.m. All right, now I have in my computer, I have a quitclaim deed that is dated June 10th, 2020, and is recorded December 30th, 2020 at 9:29 a.m. And this is a deed from the Boys and Girls Club to a limited liability called Site Reclamation, and it's based in Springfield, Mass. Before us, let's just step back for a second how this came to this committee. So it was an email that was sent to all counselors back in the fall. It landed on the city council agenda. It was tabled in city council, and then on December 1st, it was referred to this committee. Now, I, for one, do not know, and I have no information regarding, and I'm just going back to Attorney Reynolds' email. I don't know when the 120-day notice period started. Consequently, I don't know when the 120-day notice period ended. Relative to the representative at the 12/1 meeting, that is totally a subjective decision by the chair. Now, the chair is the president of city council, who may or may not ask for a motion to suspend rules. The chair is not obligated to suspend rules or ask for a motion. That's why the chair is the chair. In this case, the president. That's why he gets the gavel. Or that person gets the gavel. He or she could get the gavel. The rest of it is an open question. However, I reached out to one of the principals of Site Reclamation, who is present with us now. If the committee wants to suspend rules and allow Mr. Donahue to address us on this point, we can do that. If you don't want to do that, that's fine too. And we can, and if we're going to do that, we're going to do it under regular order. We're not going to have a roundtable discussion here, and it's going to be an orderly kind of process. I might recommend that we suspend the rules and that we allow Mr. Donahue, Attorney Donahue, I should say, to address us on this point for 2 or 3 minutes, just to sort of bring us up to speed to the best, because he's gracious enough to attend, and we proceed from there. But I'll leave it to the will of the committee. What's your pleasure?
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Let Mr. Donahue speak.
Motion's made and seconded to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Donahue to speak on this matter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Question, Mr. Chair.
I see your hand up, Joe. I'm just not going to recognize you yet. Hold on a sec, okay? Just hold on a minute. Councilor Tom is recognized, though.
Yeah, thank you. Dave, as you know, I brought this up in the December 1st meeting. I believe Jennifer Howard was here to speak. And I think Yanni was here from the Conservation Commission. And most of my colleagues, I guess, didn't think it was a good idea to try to bring that to a vote that night. But I'm a little bit disappointed that it didn't come up for a vote, because since we didn't do that and sent it to committee, now the purchase was already made by a third party. And possibly the Boys and Girls Club could have got a little bit more money, and it could have been a property that was in the hands of the state, the DCR, and I think it might have been in a better position to try to keep that land in a position for people in our community for hiking, for recreation, for anything that goes along with that. So I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't give them the waiver, but I sort of got outvoted that night, and I'm willing to hear what Mr. Donahue has to say.
Okay, Councilor Sullivan.
Well, I've got my hand up, but I'll wait till I hear from Councilor Donahue.
Okay, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the email that you received this evening, did that come through the city clerk's office?
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. No.
On the email that you referred to, that all city councilors received back in October, was that filed with the city clerk?
That I don't recall. I'd have to check my records. I don't have that right in front of me.
And has the Conservation Department or anyone filed anything with the city clerk other than this order we received on December 1st?
No, I think we would have received that.
The point I'm making is there's a lot of accusations, or these things are implying that things have been done, or things have been done. I'm not sure exactly what they're implying, but without regards to the 120-day rule, we have more questions than answers, and even with someone present to answer those questions, procedures were not followed correctly. We can receive emails from anyone and receive information from anyone, but to put something in front of the city council, it has to be, and this is across the Commonwealth, it has to be filed with the city clerk. And I would think that DCR, I would think that the Conservation Department, I would think that everybody would be aware of that if you're looking for a vote, if you're looking for something that's important, and to this day, I'm not too sure that we should be involved with any private land sale, but if you're looking for a vote to waive something, that should have been with us long before December 1st. And even this evening, it's the same thing. An email is sent to committee telling us that the property's been sold. We don't need to vote on this anymore. That's not the way to do business.
Yeah, Joe, can I just respond to one thing in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the email from Marguerite was sent to our administrative assistant because I asked our administrative assistant to invite somebody from DCR to address us. That's why instead of coming tonight, Marguerite decided to send an email. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page on that, okay?
I understand that.
All right.
But that still has not been communicated through the city clerk's office, nor was any of this until Councilor McGee filed this order communicated from the state to the community through our city clerk.
Right. So I think your point's a good one. So what I'll do is I'll ask Jeff, and I'll ask him now. Jeff, the email from Marguerite, please submit that to the clerk as a communication for the next city council meeting. And just say on there, yeah, just submit it. That's all you can do, right? So we can take that up at that time. Is that okay, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So that'll take care of that. I did reference the December 1st letter from, wow. I cannot, it's the managing director of conservation. I'm not going to read this right now because it was already read in full city council, but I have the trustees letter from December 1st in front of me. But why don't we skip that? Why don't we, I see councilors with their hands up, and I know you're just going to wait patiently. So Attorney Donahue, welcome. So why don't you, so you kind of heard the previous discussion. Why don't you kind of, if you want to give us a, 2, 3, 4 minute synopsis of where this stands, if you would, and then we can sort of proceed forward from there. Okay.
Okay. So with regard to the Boys and Girls Club, I hope everybody can hear me well, but with regard to the Boys and Girls Club, that property was something that we became interested in as a result of we had purchased the quarry with the idea that we were going to be doing a project at the quarry. When we originally started going through this, our consultants told us that one of the big hurdles that we were going to have was natural heritage because of endangered species. We met with natural heritage. Natural heritage identified the Boys and Girls Club property as a target for us, and not just a target, but their preferred target for us to acquire and give to either DCR or trustees as a gift, as part of performance standards set by Natural Heritage with regard to the use of property that is in an endangered species polygon. We didn't want to dispute whether or not it was in an endangered species polygon. So we set out to acquire that property. I reached out to the Boys and Girls Club. We identified that there was a potential conflict, my sister Eileen being the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club. Luckily, the Boys and Girls Club identified that same conflict. They appointed Matt Mainville to be their representative with regard to any discussions dealing with Mount Tom ski area and our acquisition of that. We entered into a purchase and sale agreement. We were supposed to close, and Peter Connor, who represents Boys and Girls Club, had asked us to put that closing off based on an option that was contained in a restrictive covenant that was recorded at the Registry of Deeds. That option was arguably expired already because the Boys and Girls Club had offered that same parcel to DCR probably 4 or 5 times in the past, and each time they had passed on it. So Peter thought that it was prudent, and I agreed, that it was prudent to offer to DCR yet again. They offered it to DCR under the terms of the CR, which was a 180-day notice. They gave them the 180 days, and that was set to expire, I believe, on December 5th of 2020. So in that 180-day period, DCR did not act. They did not put anybody on notice. They didn't, as a matter of fact, I would question whether or not the notice that they claimed that they gave to the city was sufficient, and that there wasn't, it has not still to this day appeared on any agenda in the city of Holyoke. It was merely stated that a letter was sent to conservation that was read into the record, and no record of that has ever been provided. We've asked for it, we haven't received that, but that's the notice that they gave, that they had an intent to purchase this property in the first place. And then they sought the waiver from the city council without giving the city council the benefit of the notice that they alleged that they had made at Conservation Commission meeting, which again was never on a Conservation Commission meeting's agenda or anything like that. My argument is that basically that wouldn't have met any notice provisions under the general laws. Everybody knows how public hearings are supposed to be notified. They know that there's a notice requirement, that abutters are notified. The abutters weren't notified. Nobody was notified of this, their intent to purchase this property, other than allegedly the Conservation Commission, which again, to this day, has not been a letter that has been presented. The city council, as my understanding, has never received a formal notice from DCR or EEA, which is the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, which is the parent agency to DCR. With regard to their intent to purchase this property, they didn't tell you anybody, they didn't meet even the requirements of the law that they state that they were trying to follow when they asked for the waiver. And there's certain requirements under that as far as what is given to the city council and the other decision makers in the city with regard to the acquisition of that type of property. The long and the short of it is we had a valid contract once the city had, once the waiver wasn't granted immediately on that first notice, we reached out to DCR yet again, and DCR chose not to deal with us. They didn't want to discuss anything with us, and we exercised our right under our original contract and we purchased the property. Peter, to your question as to whether or not Boys and Girls Club could have done any better, I guess was kind of what you were questioning. I will assure you that we have matched and exceeded what DCR had been able to pay for this property. It's something that we're still actively pursuing, working on that. But in the meantime, we have acquired the property. We're putting ourselves in a position to be able to put forward a very solid project for the city. With that, I'll entertain any questions. If that's okay with,
I appreciate all the background. I just want to appreciate extend my appreciation for your presence, because you're certainly not obligated. I say this constantly. We're not the U.S. Senate, and we don't have subpoena powers. Okay, so we're not on a dais. Okay, so there's that. To the public that watches us, I mean, anybody who watches my act enough, they've heard me say this enough times. We're just trying to get the flow of information going. I just want to say one thing relative to, so I do have an October 30th email from Marguerite Reynolds, which I am not going to read, but on this email is the city clerk of the city of Holyoke, and she provides an email, and then she provides a 120-day waiver statement, which that was posted to a public agenda. So I think it's just an interest of fairness that and that in fact is what we have before us, is dated 12/1/20. I will say this, that what I said earlier still stands true. I don't know when the 120-day period commenced, and consequently, I don't know when it terminated. Marguerite does not give me the kindness in this email or in her email from the other day, Friday, saying that. She only lambasts the city council in a pretty spurious and unfair attack. But she's entitled to it, I guess. Okay, so I see counselors with their hands up, Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Tallman.
Yep. So through the chair, I'd like to ask some questions to Matt Donahue, to Counselor Donahue.
Yep, let's just going to keep it civil and keep it succinct if we could. Please,
always,
go ahead.
Always civil, Dave. Always.
I know, but I'm just saying out loud.
Now just this whole thing's really kind of a complicated mess, but you said that the offer from DCR or the offer from the Springfield group was equal to DCR's. And I see on the deed, it's 100,000 is what was paid for it.
There was other consideration with regard to this. One of the things that Boys and Girls Club had asked us for was to do the demo that they didn't have the budget for. That was mandated by the city building commissioner, had mandated that the buildings get demolished after there was a series of fires up at Mount Tom.
Okay, so the DCR would not have included any demolition.
DCR, the demolition was already done. We had paid for the demolition prior to the transfer.
Oh, so DCR offers more money after the hard work is done.
Probably a pretty accurate statement.
All right. And did Natural Heritage stop a portion of the demolition?
No, but we did have to get their approval prior to going for the demolition. They prevented us from completing what would normally be the demolition or the complete demolition due to their concerns for some of the endangered species that they believe used the concrete pads up there as basking grounds. Okay. So they didn't want us to disturb that.
Okay. I wanted to get into that one, but so now we've got this property is going to be has been offered to be gifted to either the DCR or the trustees anyways. How would this group go about doing a demolition and then paying $100,000 on top of the demolition just to gift it?
So what it is there's a performance standard under Natural Heritage that for every acre that we disturb of or potentially disturb of endangered species habitat, we have to give back. It depends on the nature of the take, but it's either 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, depending on how severe the take is. We wanted to meet that performance standard. And again, it was suggested by Natural Heritage that this should be our target, that the Boys and Girls Club property was the appropriate target for us to acquire. It was target property that they wanted us to acquire. And ironically, DCR and Natural Heritage all are under the umbrella of the EEA, which is Energy and Environmental Affairs. So it seems to me that one hand wasn't really talking to the other at the time, but we were acquiring this with the intent of moving forward with our quarry on our project on the quarry. And as a result of our working on the quarry, we were going to gift the 24.1 acres to DCR. Actually, we were proposing DCR. We weren't really proposing trustees at the time.
So by gifting it, that lists the Natural Heritage restriction then on the existing quarry property.
It clarifies it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the bottom line is all of this property is going to go to DCR anyways.
If our project moves forward, there was going to be 40 acres, roughly 40 acres that was going to get transferred to DCR after the quarry was reclaimed and created an additional 8 acres of habitat.
Okay, so, all right, so I've got most of those parts. Now, is the state trying to take the quarry as well?
Most recently, they have indicated that they are now interested in trying to acquire the quarry instead because they didn't get the Boys and Girls Club property. We believe that is basically them trying to retaliate for us acquiring the Boys and Girls Club property. But I don't know because they won't tell us why they're interested in the quarry. They've identified it in several reports that it is an incredible liability because if anybody is aware of what that quarry looks like, there's a 250-foot sheer cliff face and it is unprotected. There's no way to protect it effectively, especially with the type of use that has been going on up there. Right now, it is insured and the property is protected as best we can with no trespassing signs.
Okay, and the mitigation piece of what are they worried about going into the quarry?
I don't know. They won't talk to us. So far, all we've heard from DCR is decisions have been made and they have refused to discuss it with us any further. So I wish I had information for you, but I don't have any information. They aren't sharing it with me.
Yeah. All right. Once again, to me too, it seems like we're getting a lot of government involvement in a private transaction, but that's just my way of thinking, I guess. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Tallman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions for Matt. But Dave, that letter you read and the one you said that was stated to the city clerk's office, that will be part of the public record, right?
That is part of the public record.
And in the meeting, okay. And we can bring that up at the next full council meeting as part of this?
Yes, so what I did was, just so we're clear, the email that was sent to Jeff at my behest dated January 22nd, Jeff is going to forward that to the clerk as a communication for the next agenda. The email that we all received on October 30th, including the clerk, and the clerk put it on the 12-1 agenda, that is before us right now with a 120-day waiver statement. Okay?
Okay, so that was official. It did go through the city clerk.
Well, she's on it.
Okay. No, I know Councilor McGivern made a statement about the things going through the city clerk. Everything should go, and I rightfully so, but I just wanted to make sure that there was something that went through the city clerk's office to us. It's not 120, it's 180 days, I believe.
No, it's
120.
The email I have is it's 120.
Okay.
It's and that in fact is the agenda item 6A.
Right. Okay, so it's 120. So the notice, as Matt stated, was expired on December 5th, and our meeting was December 1st. That's why it came before us.
Attorney Donahue referenced a separate notice. I believe it's a separate notice for a 180-day notice that expired December 5th. That's a different notice than what we have. We have a 120-day waiver statement.
Okay.
That's something separate, Pete.
Okay, so that's okay. So they wanted a 120-day waiver from us on December 1st.
They wanted us to waive the 120-day notice period. Yes. Okay.
So through the chair, Matt, on this property, then you acquired the property from the Boys and Girls Club, the same property that they were willing to purchase.
Yes.
And how many acres is that?
24.1, I believe.
Okay. Now you stated earlier that that's going to be donated to somebody. Donate back to them, or no?
That was our intent with our project. Yes.
Is that still the intent, or
only if our project goes forward?
Okay, and that's the other project is with the quarry.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how it has to work with natural heritage.
With natural heritage. Okay. Now with the buildings are gone now.
Not all of them, but yes.
Most of them are. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate it. As long as all this is a part of the public record, Dave, through the chair, I just got a long phone call. Matter of fact, they left me a message that my machine actually couldn't take it all, that somebody was, not too happy about this going through. And I just want to make sure that we got that email and that letter, so it's part of the public record. That's all.
So my advice to you is to get a longer tape. That's because you want to cherish those messages. I know I do.
It was about 2 or 3 minutes, and it cut right off. So
all the phone calls I get from the public, I preserve them and cherish them.
But I want to thank also Matt Donahue, because you always get many sides to a story, and this is really a complicated. It's like a saga of what's been going on, and it's not just recent. Looking at us, it looks like it's the last year or so, but actually it's been going on for 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate it. And it's a lesson for me to learn about, you always get two sides of a coin and you get different stories, but I just hope this all goes through in the proper manner, especially for the people that want to utilize that area up on the mountain. So thank you.
Councilor Lisi's recognized.
Thank you. So my question is, how many acres is the quarry property and how many acres is the land acquired at the former Boys and Girls Club property?
So the quarry property in total is about 16 acres, 8 of which is actually the quarry, and then there's an additional 8 acres that kind of surround it. Mostly upslope is the unused 8 acres. And then, as I stated, the Boys and Girls Club, I'm just shooting off the top of my head. I don't have the plan in front of me, but I believe it's 24.1. So it's 16.8 and 24.1 is my recollection.
24.745.
Sorry, thank you.
Well, I have 21.7445.
And so when you were talking earlier about gifting the quarry property, is that so is it like you acquired the Boys and Girls property so that you could then gift the quarry property? Like you owned the quarry property previously and then you acquired the second property?
Opposite. So we acquired the quarry property, started doing our due diligence with regard to how we were going to get our project going and what we were going to be doing exactly, so that we were, because there's a similar soils policy called Comp 15 under DEP standard that that's what we're really kind of focusing on. It's something that changed, the law changed in Massachusetts in 2015 with regard to the use of soils that are coming off of different projects. That being said, we identified that the quarry was going to be a good location for this because it literally meets every criteria of DEP with regard to accepting similar soils. Similar soils are soils that are regulated. They have to be tested to be clean. And at both the facility where it's generated, so if you're building a road and they dig up the dirt underneath the road, they would have to test the soil. If it meets the criteria of being clean, then it can go off to a facility like this. If it's dirty, it has to go off to a different facility. But assuming that it's clean, then it comes onto our facility. Then we have a testing criteria that we have to meet for DEP standards as well. And the quarry ultimately gets filled. The projection wasn't that this is going to happen overnight because there's not a lot of projects where they don't have the ability to reuse the soils that they're generating on site. So a lot of times what will happen is if you're digging for a foundation for a large building and you have a lot of extra land, you'll take the dirt that you're digging out of the foundation and you'll just spread it out over the rest of the land. And that's acceptable. But if you are constrained by space and you don't own a lot of land, then you have to dig the foundation and that dirt has to go someplace. And if it's clean dirt, then you can take it to a facility like we were proposing. And if it's dirty dirt, meaning that it's contaminated, it has to go off to different locations, depending on its level of contamination. We were going to be in the cleanest dirt that is, it's actually called unregulated soils, although it's kind of regulated, ironically. But that's what we were proposing to do. We identified the quarry, we acquired the quarry, then we met with DCR, I'm sorry, not with DCR, but with Natural Heritage. Natural Heritage told us to target the Boys and Girls Club for acquisition. So we targeted the Boys and Girls Club for acquisition because that's what they told us they wanted us to do. That was the property that Natural Heritage wanted us to acquire as part of their performance standard.
Okay, so I see. So so the project wasn't actually reclaiming or remediating the quarry, but it did so effectively. And as a result, Natural Heritage felt that there was a loss of habitat that would have to be then replaced. And that's why you sought the Boys and Girls Club property.
Not necessarily, but because we were in discussions with regard to that. But once they identified the Boys and Girls Club property, and we knew how many acres it was, we knew that we could overperform on the performance standard, and that's why it really became the target. No matter what, we knew that the property itself, meaning the quarry, is in a polygon. There's nothing that we can do about the polygon. We could argue and discuss what the value of the bottom of the quarry is for any type of habitat. Our engineers and our scientists are saying that it doesn't have any real value because there's nothing that lives down there. On occasion, there's some polywogs, and the polywogs aren't protected or endangered in any manner. That being said, we didn't want to get into that discussion if we didn't have to. It was my mindset to overperform it, and my partner on this agreed. So it was the kind of thing that we wanted to do the right thing. No good deed goes unpunished, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think you know, some of the puzzle is coming together a bit more for me, and it's just becoming clear the way that I guess this domino effect of properties involved came to be. So thanks for the information that you're able to provide us this evening.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just through the chair, question to Mr. Donahue. You're guaranteeing that there's going to be no dirty soil going into this landfill?
It has to get certified both at the producing end and on our end, and there's reporting that has to go off to DEP. If there's any dirty soil that comes in that doesn't meet the standards that DEP sets, they pull our license immediately. So there's monthly and quarterly different types of reports that have to be compiled by the various engineers, but they're monthly and quarterly and annual reports, and they go through them all. And the testing is all done by independent labs. We can't test it ourselves is what I'm getting at. There's not self-testing.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So.
Councilor Graney, all set?
Yep.
Okay.
All set.
I don't see, well, look at this. They're popping up everywhere. Councilor McGivern's hand popped up. Councilor McGivern disappeared, but Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yep.
What's before us is I believe the 120-day waiver that was requested by DCR, and I don't believe we have any business in front of us, or should we be involved in any business for the land sale, although I'm very interested in reclamation of the quarry property itself, which has been a nightmare since the court system allowed that quarry to say they were open when we all know they were closed. But what's before us in this 120 days, and I want to clarify what I said earlier, is that October 30th email from DCR addressed to our president, addressed to the other members of the city council, was not placed on an agenda on October 30th. It was not placed on the first meeting in November. It was not placed on the second meeting in November. When it was placed through the city, it was never even addressed to the city clerk, but it was addressed to all of us. Councilor McGee, as president, doesn't act for us, but speaks for us. He realized that it was never formally a request to the city council. He placed it on the agenda on 12/1, and that's when the clerk got a hold of the original email. So that is the procedure that I am concerned with, that it should not have been directly sent to the city councilors. I'm sorry, it should have been directly sent to the city clerk along with copies to the city councilors, but it never was. Now, could that have been picked up quicker? I'm sure it could have, but it wasn't. I'm sure it was an inadvertent mistake. You know, if the Conservation Commission knew about it, it certainly could have been picked up quicker. And the Conservation Commission, the state, because this is a procedure that it is a statewide procedure, you know, as to how business is done with legislative bodies. And I just want to clarify that as of 12/1, it became part of our public record. And here we are today talking about it because we learned later about the deadline being whatever the deadline was, but the deadline being passed with the email that was received today to our administrative assistant. And that's the point I was trying to make. There's a little difference. The procedures were, I'm saying inadvertently, I'm sure, but the procedures were not followed correctly.
Okay. With that, Attorney Donahue, just so I appreciate all that was said. Are you able to disclose for us where you are in the process of getting your permits, and do you have a timetable, do you think, or is it hard to say?
it's hard to say right now with the recent maneuver by DCR to try to take the quarry. So we don't know. We're trying to work through that hurdle right now. Again, if anybody that is on this current hearing knows anybody at DCR that they can encourage to discuss this with us, we would be more than happy to do so. We just are meeting up with a roadblock. I don't know if it's the pandemic. I don't know what the reason is, but no one is willing to talk to us.
So that would usually be the role of the state delegation. So I would, Mr. Vega, are you here? I see your name.
Here.
I heard a voice. No, well, it says mic's off. So his name's up there, but might be on. So I'm wondering, Matt, what committee in Boston would have oversight of DCR? So that would be a question that you could pose to one member or another of the state delegation, and the state delegation, strike that. The person of the state delegation, whether it's Mr. Velas or Mrs. Duffy, can say to you, Attorney Donahue, these are the people in the state Senate and the state House. These are the committees that oversee DCR. These are the committee chairs that oversee DCR. I'm going to suggest to you that they regularly deal with lobbyists all the time for those agencies every single day. So I would think between the two of them, somebody should be able to get you an answer, and I'd be sorely disappointed if they couldn't. But that's just my 2 cents. Okay. I think we've beat this proverbial issue as far as we can. I gotta be careful. I almost said something inappropriate. And I don't think we can say or do anything more other than say thank you to Attorney Donahue. The way I look at it is this is, for what it's worth, which is not much, but this is going to be I believe, a tax-paying entity should this permit go forward, as opposed to DCR. And if anybody has any interest in Holyoke land use, just look at how they totally dominate the north part of the city, but not just that, the west part of the city, and not just that, all the part around Old Bassett Road. I mean, hundreds of acres offline, never to be returned again for use because they have tremendous power. And you would think that they could have the courtesy to get back to somebody who's ultimately going to gift things over. My favorite line of the night tonight so far, there's more to go, was we cannot remove concrete pads because, oh, I wrote it down. We can't demo the concrete pads because, is it natural heritage? Natural heritage feels that there's endangered species who are using the pads for basking grounds. Basking grounds. Boy, I can't even read my writing. It's getting for basking grounds. So concrete pads, and concrete. We all know that's natural. That's natural to the environment. Anybody who knows that. Concrete pads they grow right out of the soil. We all know that. So they're being used for basking grounds. So that's my favorite part so far. Thank you, Councilor Sullivan, for that. Okay. I would say. Well, I'll take any kind of motion. You can take a motion. Oh, Councilor Lisi wants to be recognized. Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. I was just wondering, this wasn't a public hearing. It was just an order and a communication that was sent to committee. And so there was a suspension of the rules to have Mr. Donahue speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so is there anyone else that's here related to the matter who would like to speak? It just seems that
well, if you're the chairperson, you can say that, but you're not. So that's where we are. But if you have another comment, well, I'm welcome to. Well, please say it. But I'm not making a motion. I'm not making a motion to that. But when you're the chair of this committee, you can say whatever you want. But that's not happening. Counselor Tomlin wants to be recognized.
Yeah, being a member of the committee, could I ask the suspension of the rules if anybody is here to speak from the public? I see an iPhone here. I'm just wondering if there's somebody here that might be able to, Ms. Matt Dunn, may mention somebody if there's anybody from DCR here, so.
Well, I see an iPhone myself, and I see nobody on video.
Yeah, if we could suspend the rules to have anybody that has some intuitive, some information about this that could speak.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to recognize a motion to that effect, but what I would recognize is if somebody wants to raise their hand, either electronically or in the video screen, we will take it from there. But I hear none, and I don't see anyone.
I'll chime in for a moment. I'm Patrick Kennedy. I'm a resident on Northampton Street. I'm actually a partner in the project as well.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Kennedy. Hold on. You're the exact opposite of what they want to hear from. But we'll just out of total fairness. I don't want to be a tyrant here. That's the last thing we do. So, motion to suspend to allow Mr. Kennedy to address us.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, on the motion, on discussion, hearing none, all in favor, on the motion, aye. Mr. Kennedy, you have 90 seconds.
Fair enough, I'll be succinct. Really, I would just like to say that I concur everything that Mr. Donahue has said has been.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, my fault. Well, would you just give us your name and your address, please, and your affiliation. I think that's only fair for the public, okay? Go ahead.
Patrick Kennedy, 1425 Northampton Street, here in our fair city. I am a principal in Mount Tom Companies and Site Reclamation. And what I'd like to say or offer for comment is that everything that Mr. Donahue has said this evening has been pretty much right on the mark. What I'd offer about the quarry project, the term clean soils, they are measured, they're tested, they're measured, they're confirmed to be of a certain quality. That quality is such that they're referred to as RCS 1 soils, and they're tested to and confirmed as to a quality of if they were in a residential setting or they were on even a playground, they could be left in place. So that's the nature of the soils that we're talking about reclaiming the quarry with. If a quarry project like that were to happen today, it could not happen without an appropriate reclamation plan being put in place. We've encountered roadblocks and seemingly behind the scenes efforts to, for unknown reasons, to stop the project is what it seems. It really, we're at a loss as to why we can't have more dialogue and conversation on the project.
Yeah, see, everybody's not as friendly as we are, Mr. Kennedy. Oh boy, what a sad world it is. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Is there anyone else here in the interest of total fairness and disclosure? Is anyone else on planet Earth interested in this topic in this Zoom hearing that would like to be recognized? Anyone?
Counselor?
I hear a voice.
It's Jeffrey.
Jeff.
I just wanted to offer this detail that if somebody on phone wanted to raise their hand, they can hit *9.
Oh man, you're good.
*9, good job. Good
*9.
job.
*9. Okay,
*9.
We're learning all things about Zoom. Okay, does anybody want to raise their hand or hit *9? Okay, so hopefully that'll satisfy everybody. Now, back to the main event. What's the pleasure of the committee? So you have a range of options. You can receive this. You can refer it back without an opinion. You can vote to deny it. You can do all sorts of things. So what's your pleasure?
I'd like to refer back to committee just to table it for future discussions.
Well, wait a minute now.
Can we do that?
I don't understand that motion. So you want to table it here, Peter, or you want to refer it back to the committee without a recommendation?
Refer it back without a recommendation. there was no public, it wasn't a public hearing, right? So can I just refer it back to committee?
Now we have before us the question of whether we want to waive the 120-day notice. That's before us. That's 6A. 6B is the letter from the trustees of the reservation that was kind of hand in glove. It just says, we urge you to waive the 120-day notice.
And the letter stated, well, the letter stated tonight was moot, right? Because it was already purchased, so.
Well, it is, but in theory, that's not before us, right? Because that hasn't come through city council. But that will be before us next Tuesday. But it's according to Marguerite, among other things, she said it's a moot point because of the actions of the city council. And that's what she said. But I would say, I mean, if in my opinion, you can say it's complied with. You could say denied. You could say refer back without a recommendation. You could, somebody's got to make some kind of a motion. You know, you're all experienced counselors.
We got some stuff.
Counselor Sullivan.
No.
Pete, your motion wasn't seconded, so it's dead. Okay. Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah. So if we're going to be receiving this other this other correspondence next Tuesday, informing us that it's moot, right? I would make a motion just to refer back to committee without a recommendation, and we'll deal with it on Tuesday.
I'll second that.
Okay, under discussion. So motion, just refer it back to city council. Oh boy, hold on a second. Motion to refer back to city council without a recommendation. Under discussion, councilors? I for one am going to oppose that because I think it's just be denied because they don't want it anymore. But I don't need to make that motion. So I'm going to vote no on this myself. But that's the only reason. I don't think this is a bad motion. I just think it should be denied. They don't want it anymore, and there's no need to dance around this issue any further. We've danced around it now for 45 minutes plus when we had it before us on December 1st. So I think it's dead. But that's me. So hearing no other discussion on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I hear 4 ayes. I'm going to vote no. Okay. All right. So that's that. I want to thank everybody for their participation. Great discussion. Okay. All right. Now.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Now, if we could get a motion to, did I do this? I hope I did. Oh boy, Jeff, I just sent Jeff an email. If I could get a motion to take 7 off the table, please.
Motion to take item number 7 off the table.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Did we deal with 6B with this?
Yes. Yeah. That's all. That's all going back to. Let's just be clear on it. What do you want to do with 6B? Just to receive it?
Receive. Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to receive 6B and refer back to city council on discussion. Hearing none on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, my bad. Yeah, Jeff, you did it right. Thank you for sending this to me. Motion is if I could renew my request to take 7 off the table, please.
Motion to take item 7 off the table.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to take agenda item 7 off the table. All in favor? Aye. Okay, my printer. Hold on a second. Boy, could this be? Oh, here it comes.
There it is. Slow motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Sorry for the delay. This is Councilor Lisi's resolution. I think it's joined by Councilor Leahy. Okay. I think there was one typo on here which got squared up. So here it is. It's a resolution related to GAH, the Geriatric Authority of Holyoke sale, sale. Councilor Lisi, you have the floor.
Thank you. I mean, the resolution was circulated. To me, it's very straightforward. We don't have the ability to, create any conditions on the sale at this point. But I do think that this body has over time expressed a desire to have fair labor practices at the new institution that comes through, as well as I think it's important that if our community is benefiting from the fact that we're going to have psychiatric and mental health facilities and beds in Holyoke at the expense of other regional facilities closing, that we ensure that there is equity in access to the folks that need it, regardless of where they come from. And that's the basic thrust of the resolution. I'll just review the resolves because I think we all are aware of the whereases. So therefore be it resolved that the Holyoke City Council declares Bay State Health should not close the mental health beds in Greenfield, Westfield, and I believe it's Palmer.
Palmer, yep.
That the new Bay State Kindred for-profit facility must provide equal care opportunities for all mental health patients, that patients with more complex needs and patients with financial challenges should not be turned away, and that the staff at the new Bay State Kindred facility are treated fairly with dignity, including quality working conditions, wages, benefits, and the ability to unionize with an agreement from neutrality from the Bay State Kindred hospital if they wish to. So again, resolutions are, they're non-binding. They are, affirmations and statements on where our principles and values are. And I think that, again, I've heard this body in previous discussions on what would be happening at the Geriatric Authority express similar concerns. And it's a nice way to just formalize and document those sentiments.
Okay, under discussion, anyone? Counselor, well, I see one counselor, non-committee member's hand up. Any counselors from the committee want to comment at this point? None. Okay, Counselor Bacon has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak relative to the jurisdiction of this resolution. I think we're out of our wheelhouse on this in the same way that we can't negotiate contractual agreements within the city. We really cannot impose anything on a private business that is seeking to purchase a property, pay taxes, and provide jobs in our community. And so I really think this is, as we have recently discussed in council chambers, that we should keep our resolutions within arenas that are within our reach instead of at the state, federal, and broader areas. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilor Lisa, we'll recognize you in a second, but you're probably going to have to rebut a few things. So why instead of just doing just kind of make a note and then proceed from there, okay? Councilor Murphy, I saw your hand up in the screen. Councilor Murphy's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is the first time I'm in the participant thing, but I don't have a thing to lift my hand. So you're going to have to see me. I don't have a yellow hand or any other color hand.
They all turned, they were all blue. I don't know what happened.
Mine's gone. Mine's just gone. So you
might find it under the reactions button. There's now.
Okay. I hear you on that one, Rebecca, but if I touch some other button, gosh knows what I'm going to do. So I'm not going to touch anything. So Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I just, I mean, again, I made my points when we were discussing the Geriatric Authority. I really, obviously we want to have the business, we want to have them paying the demolition and taxes, but I do think the thoughts of the resolution, I'm certainly in support of those. I think, again, healthcare needs to be a regional thing, and I do think we are going to be, when this is all completed, people from other areas are going to get shortchanged in terms of it. I mean, obviously, Holyoke gets the benefit, and that's part of our job to try to make sure. But I do think in terms of employment, in terms of unions, in terms of patients and families of patients from longer distances, I wish it could have been done better. I mean, I just think supporting the idea that, and I I know at the meeting, I asked the question and the person from the additional partner from with Bay State did indicate that they would certainly freely allow employees to unionize and to organize. So, I mean, I'm keeping them at their word. I'm assuming that's what they're going to do. And again, I just hope, and I know we talked about transportation for those people in the other areas, how they're going to get here. I know there was talk about getting patients here, and then the conversation continued, and with the idea that potentially they were going to try to figure out, well, how do they support families coming to visit these patients who need family support? So again, I mean, I'm not sure a resolution is going to make any difference in terms of what happens. It doesn't hurt, and I certainly think the thoughts, the ideals behind it are something I support. Thank you.
Okay. Rudy, are you here on this? Okay. Let's just hold off a second, because I don't know who you are or what we're doing, but we invariably suspend our rules within reason. But let me let Councilor Lisi respond, and then we'll go to the body and we'll see if we can suspend our rules. Councilor Lisi has the floor.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the point that I fully understand a resolution is not a way to regulate or require, like it absolutely does not have those teeth. What it is a symbolic gesture of this body that is an expression of the goals, values, and principles that we would like to see upheld as that process develops in our community. And that's it. And I think that when we set those sort of values and principles out front, it really creates a guidepost for people coming and doing business in our community to hold themselves to. It's not something that, again, we have no ability to regulate the activity of this, private enterprise. But we can say these are the things that we value. We would love you to be a local partner and do things in the way that we value things being done in our community.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Sullivan and Councilor McGivern.
I would just like to remind everybody here, we're here to discuss the change of one word, not debate the merit of the resolution. So could we please just get on with it?
I think we're on the whole resolution, Mike. The word was changed on the floor. I don't know why how this came worded through like this, but it was just, we didn't approve the resolution on 12/15. We referred it to DGR. So that's where this is. So you can change any word you want here if you want, or vote any way you want. I just want to clarify that.
All right. Well, thanks for the clarification. Yep.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Councilor McGivern.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the resolution is non-binding. I understand the intention and the wording of the resolution is a message that is sincere, but where is the resolution going? If there's no period of a public hearing by DPH, there is no purpose for this resolution, and it contradicts the city negotiating with Bay State for the much needed beds, that they propose to put at the geriatric authority. So I think it's sending maybe the right message at the wrong time, and therefore I cannot support the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Councilor McGivern. I did see, I just saw somebody from the public here that wants to address us on this point. So I would accept a motion to suspend the rules and allow the public to address us for up to 2 minutes on this matter. It is, if within reason. Okay, it's not going to be 17 minutes, but I'm not going to stop watching nothing. But okay, is that fair?
Suspend the rules and let the public to speak for a period of a couple of minutes.
Can I get a second, please? Okay, motion made and seconded to allow the public to address us on this. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, where'd you go? Right, it's just like movable things here. Okay, Rudy Renault. Rudy, I don't know who you are, but if you want to unmute yourself, because I think you waved your hand when I threw that out, and you have your hand up now, I can see it. So there's a couple of quick ground rules. One, you're going to state your name. Second of all, you're going to state your address. Third of all, you're going to address just me, the chair. You're not going to talk to other counselors, right? So we just have to keep proper order. And fourth of all, you know, if you could kind of keep it within reason, that would be great. So first order of business, unmute yourself and welcome. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair Bartley. So my name is Rudy Reno. I live at 74 Crescent Street in Greenfield, Massachusetts. And thank you all, counselors. I just first want to say I really appreciate the work that you do. I know serving in local government is really hard, and you don't get the, it's all the guts, none of the glory. So thank you. I speak as a former city council president of Greenfield. I had just retired from city council office last January, and I'm speaking in support of the resolution. We are very, very scared up here about losing our mental health unit at Bay State Franklin. There are many community members who utilize the mental health unit up here and are going to be at a loss when it's gone. It's not easy to get to Holyoke using public transportation. We've done that. We've done run-throughs on the bus, and it's not easy, not to mention that the new unit is not going to be a hospital as well. So it's not going to deal with comorbidities, which is, most of you probably know, it's when you also have an underlying health issue, when you have a mental health issue. So, we consider Holyoke up in Greenfield. We know that you're bigger than us. But we do, you're part of our Western Mass community, and we're not like Boston, where they have lots more facilities where folks don't have to travel, and they have a lot more public transportation options. So just as like your sister city, we're a little city, but we're still a city. I'd ask you to please vote yes on this resolution, and if the council so chooses to pass it, to send it to Bay State Kindred. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Rudy, and thank you for your service and for your leadership in Greenfield. Okay, is there anyone else here on this Zoomer that wants to hit a *9? I think that's what it is. I see. Okay, Valerie Clark. So you heard me with the ground rules. Go ahead, proceed. Now we got you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Valerie Clark, and my address is 536 Britton Street in Chicopee. And I support this resolution. I am a peer support advocate at Vibra Hospital in Springfield, which is a privately owned long-term psychiatric facility. And so I see firsthand the problems that a private corporation has running a psychiatric facility. Plus, I am also somebody who has been inpatient in the local psychiatric units in the area. And I am concerned, not for myself because I am local, but having been shipped out to Eastern Massachusetts, what would happen to people in Greenfield, people in Palmer, and people, beyond who may get shipped to this facility, who would have, not even access to clothes or family visits, because it can get like that, or basic necessities, and for the staff, who might not, have their union protections anymore with a new entity. And they have all been, my heart goes out to the staff. I don't always see eye to eye as a peer support worker, but, I know that everybody working in a hospital setting right now has had to do so much during this pandemic. And I want what's best for the workers in the hospital and for the patients and for the community. And I support this resolution. Thank you.
Valerie, thank you. Is there anyone else here wants to wave, hit a green button, hit a *9? I don't think so. Any other counselors want to speak on this matter? I don't think so. Okay, I'll just, two quick points, just especially to our guests. And I know the council president Greenfield would be aware of this, that we do not negotiate any of this at city council. That's negotiated solely by the mayor. So the mayor of the city of Holyoke, Alex Morse, or his designee, negotiated this with Bay State Kindred, not the city council. We had nothing to do with this. Councilor McGivern rightly pointed out. So the time for input was to the mayor and to the planning director and to the economic director of the city of Holyoke. I'm going to suggest and make a guess that none of that was done. So I don't want us to live in a pretend world. You know, listen, I hear resolutions, but I'm not going to live in a pretend world that the city council had anything to do with this. What does the city council face? We face simply a yay or nay on the use on the contract. That's our sole power. We don't negotiate a single sentence in that document. So for my part, we had a vacant building that's probably a $3 million demo deal that is facing the city of Holyoke. And then we have an offer for $250,000. I get these calls all the time. Why would you accept $250,000? Well, of course it's not exactly the biggest number I ever heard, but when you factor in demolishing that thing for $3 million, all of a sudden it adds up. In terms of speaking for other communities, I won't do that, although I am incredibly sensitive to Franklin County, seeing how that's where my mother is a Turner's Falls girl, a Turner's Falls High School. I know they changed the nickname, but I'll always say it as, well, I won't say it now, but it has a former nickname, but now it has a different nickname. But if I had to, I could sing the old fight song if I was pressed on it. I know Councilor Greeny wants to hear me sing, but I won't do it today. So I would say that I am incredibly overly sensitive to Franklin County. I have such a soft spot in my heart for Greenfield and Turners and Montague, etc. In this case, I have to look at it this way, which is I'm going to say why I'm not going to vote for this. It's nothing to do with the mayor, nothing to do with the advocates, or certainly the patients whom we love and respect. It has everything to do with a dilapidated building that's been sitting vacant for 15 years for various reasons. Horrible decisions, by the way, that were in part made by previous city councils. Horrible decisions, business decisions that were, frankly, just loans that were never repaid by the geriatric, millions of dollars. But those decisions were prior to me. I'm not saying I wouldn't have made them, but I didn't make them at the time. But those decisions are made. Now we got a white elephant that sits up there on that hill, and it's been sitting there for years. And so we had a couple vendors come through, one that Bay State ponied up with. Obviously, they went belly up, or they turned into a disaster. And now we have another one. And having sat through the hearing for Kindred, I have to say, they seem pretty darn reasonable. And they seem like they really wanted to be a part of the community, and they really wanted to work with the new staff, the city of Holyoke, and most importantly, the community that they're going to serve. That's what I heard. I don't know if you had a chance to play the tape. I know none of you were in the meeting, but I heard some positive feedback. I don't want to send them the message that after I heard all that, now I'm going to pass, now I'm going to vote for a resolution that serves to do something other than what they want to do. I'd rather have I don't want to have a resolution like this. I'm not going to make an amendment on this, because that's where we turn 40-minute discussions into 4-hour discussions. So we'll just put this to a vote. I get the sense that this is going to go forward. It's going to go forward tonight anyhow to the full city council. I appreciate the maker of the order doing it. I think the intent is right. I just don't like part of it, and I'm not in a position to get into mincing words and all the rest of that. So I'm just going to say it as succinctly as now as I can. I'm going to vote no on this because of what I just said. Now, But that being said, who cares? Does the councilor want to make a motion to refer it back to city council for a vote with a recommendation, or how you want to do that? Peter, Mike, Gladys, Howie?
Okay.
So the recommendation is on the wording. I'm a little confused. Is it on the wording that we're gonna?
No, Gladys, I'm sorry. It was artfully. It's my fault the way the order was written. It's really what's before us, and I apologize to the committee. And I apologize. So what's before us is this resolution, and the resolution is what we all have with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whereases, and then the resolution at the bottom. So I mean, I'm not. It's already been amended to say Greenfield, Westfield, and where. We did that on December 15th, but we did not vote to adopt it. Now it's just a motion to adopt is really what you're saying. And if you want to make that motion, that'd be great. Or somebody wants to make some kind of a motion. You've all been here more than once. Council Tallman.
Yeah, could I mean, I've got some serious feelings about this. I like the intent of the resolution, but as Councilor Bartley stated, I mean, they're coming in here, and I'm willing to state that they're really going to be a good partner in that facility up at the Geriatrics Authority, and really have saved the city a couple $1 million of taking that building down. And I am against them closing the other facilities, but they're going to be doing it to consolidate. So I have difficult time voting for this, even though I think the intent is a good one. I'm a union person, and I do definitely want to see union workers there, but I can't make them have union workers. So I would like to send this back to the full council without a recommendation.
All right, I'm going to second that. On discussion, Councilor Lisi?
Yes, I was just wondering if the, I guess if the appetite would increase in favor of the resolution if we were to strike the part out about the, where it says do not close the other facility. It's the first line in the resolution. So, I mean, it's clearly it's moving forward here. We could say that, you know, at this point in time, that's moving forward. And what's I think most important for me is really the sorts of access to services and the treatment of the employees that we're going to, you know, expect this provider to provide for our community and for its employees. So if that first line of the, you know, therefore be it resolved is something that's holding things up, I mean, I'd be happy to strike that one line in favor of a favorable recommendation.
I hear you on that. So do any councilors want to make on the committee want to make an amendment to? I mean, I personally don't. So I mean, I guess because we're gonna get jammed again, and I don't want to do that. But I hear that and I appreciate it. I mean, again, I am so sensitive to. I'm just going to repeat it. Franklin County is just so important to me. But you know, I'm not in a position to speak about outside communities, and I have no say in what they do, and they should really have little say in Holyoke, although we all respect each other. I just want to. I don't want to be part of a resolution with a vote that I have that says something contrary or is even perceived to be contrary by Bay State. Bay State's been a pretty good corporate citizen to the city of Holyoke. And I think they're going to be better going forward. So just for my part, I don't want to vote for this the way it is, and I don't want to, you know, slice up words. But that's me. I'll accept any motion from any councilor on the committee if they want. Mr. Chairman. Councilor Graney's recognized.
Yeah, just quickly. I really don't know what Bay State's hiring policies are. I don't know what their bottom line is for hiring or for maintaining employees or anything else. So, I mean, I don't know of any complaints that Bay State has ever had. So I just don't see the purpose of this resolution. This is something that we have no control over. And I really don't know, like I say, what Bay State what their hiring policies are, what their policies are toward their employees, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if there's ever been any question or any problems with Bay State. So how can we make a decision to file a resolution if we don't have all that information? I would say we refer it back to committee and have done with it. Thank you.
That's the motion before us, is to refer it back. That's motion been made and by Councilor Thomas, second by me, refer it back to committee without a recommendation.
I understand.
Okay, now, any councilors want to speak on this, on the committee? Hearing none, I'm just going to put to a vote. Before I do that, thank you to the prior speakers. Your input is valued. I want you to know that. So there's that. But on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, so this is referred back to committee without a recommendation. Okay, that's where we are. All right. Thank you. Okay, if I could get a motion to take 8 off the table, please.
Motion to take item number 8 off the table for discussion.
Motion made and seconded to remove the agenda item number 8 for the table. Ooh, yeah, this is my mistake. All in favor? Aye. Ordered that the city council be provided with a list of all nonprofits, including addresses and parties responsible for those sites in the city. And this was filed last January in 2020 by Councilor Graney. And I just want to publicly apologize to Councilor Graney. I was not playing a game with this. This was literally stuck with a paperclip to another order, which I never saw it until I saw it. So I do apologize. Let's see. Jeff, do we get a list from anybody?
We did not, and honestly, I'm going to take the blame for that. In putting together all of the materials, I realized that I didn't reach out to the assessor in time for him to get that information back to us.
All right, Councilor Graney, I would think a motion to table would be in order, but you have the floor.
Yeah, motion to table.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to table. Non-debatable on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Jeff, point of order. You'll reach out to Mr. Delude, and you'll have Mr. Delude send a communication to the city council as soon as he can, and we'll refer that back to this committee for a discussion. Okay.
Yes. In fact, the communication's already been sent. It just was too soon to the meeting, and that was my fault.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a note of that. Just tabled.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Graney has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, could I just clarify that this is just properties that are in disrepair, not all nonprofits.
Okay. So that's a yeah. We can Jeff. You can just clarify that with Anthony, right? I don't want to go. I think we all know what he said. So it's just. I think he wants to get properties in disrepair or vacant properties that are owned by nonprofits. So, okay, Jeff?
Yes, we can do that.
All right, thank you. 9A, B, and C. I don't see Attorney Barnes here, unless I'm missing her.
Sure.
Attorney Barnes. Oh, Attorney Barnes. Well, her name is here.
Her name is
looking
here.
For me.
Yeah, Attorney Barnes. Okay, I'll get a motion. If I could get a motion, this would be ever so brief. If I could have a motion.
Here, but my internet is terrible right now.
I can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm sad for you, but that's where we are. I'll get a motion to suspend, take 9A, B, and C off the table, please.
Motion to suspend and take items number 9A, B, and C off the table.
Okay. Motion is made and seconded to remove agenda items 9A, B, and C from the table. On discussion, hearing none. On the motion, all in favor? Aye. Motion. Order the law department. This is one of my favorite things I have to say. Law department provide an update to the council on the city's receivership program. Then there were B, documents highlighting current receivership and updates and completed receiverships. And C, there's a daily Hamp Gazette article, Problem Properties, Holyoke grapples with dozens of rundown and dangerous sites. Attorney Barnes. Are you back? Did we lose you?
The name's there. Her
She did
internet's
say
not
she had
working.
horrible internet though.
Yeah.
Where is she? Is she like in another, is she at City Hall or City Hall Annex?
She's home, I think.
Oh, can you, I can't, yeah.
We just lost her, I think.
See, all you lucky ducks are at home. I'm at the shop. Well, just under discussion, let me just turn to it for half a second. And let's Jeff, did you put that in the drive? He usually does.
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay. Oh, it's all right here. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so let me just.
Galaxy, she's back, I think.
Oh, Attorney Barnes?
I am here. My
Okay.
computer is not letting me log in.
Okay. We've got your report in front of us. It's about a 13-page report. I'm not going to have you walk through it as we usually do every agenda item, but we could if you want to. If you want to, then we're going to table it. But why don't you give us the highlights of? Why don't you just give a brief summary on what the receivership is, and then give us your highlights of the report that you filed.
Sure. I want to give some credit where credit's due. Attorney Wellhoff, Jenna Wellhoff in my office, has really kind of come into housing court and taken it over for me in the last 6 months or so, as I sort of transitioned into doing some more of actual solicitor work. So a lot of this is really her doing. So she has put this report together similar to what we've done in the past, but in the interest of saving time, I'm going to blast through it. But I just want to put that out there that a lot of these she has taken over. She has started new ones, closed out some oldies but goodies.
Okay, and then the receivership program in sum is what?
So receivership is essentially a last resort that we use for code enforcement when somebody, we're getting notices of violations either from neighbors, from any one of us just happening to drive through town. We notice that tarps are out, or there's a lot of debris, or people just haven't seen their neighbor in a while. Sometimes that comes up and we find out that it's an abandoned property. A lot of times it's bank-owned properties or it's deceased owners, and things just go into disrepair. So what we do is we try and start small. We find out who the owners are. Is there a need for a guardian ad litem? Is the owner impaired? Do they not understand the process? Can we help them from the outset, get senior services involved? We reach out to other departments to help us through that initial process, whether it's Veterans Services or CDBG. We have the Board of Health go out, the Building Department go out. We have a whole code enforcement team that consistently, even still through COVID, has tried to meet and discuss properties among all their other duties. We have somebody from the fire department. If we need to, we have somebody from the police department that assists in our code enforcement. What we do is we start small. We, issue notices of violations. We continuously issue notices of violations. Then we might issue tickets if the problem persists. And from there, we notice, if they're really not responding, that something more drastic is going on. We file it in court. And if they're still not responding, if the judge isn't able to get resources put together and help us, then we reach out for receivers. And these are contractors that put in their own funds. They basically are looking to either get a rental property out of the situation or flip a house for us. And what they do is they go in, they spend their own money, their own capital. They might get historic grants. They might find their own form of grant funding, but nothing comes from the city directly other than our time for inspections and work. And they remedy the code violations. They, do everything from siding, roofing, windows, take out clutter and hoarding situations. If there's animals involved, we get animal control involved, things like that. So they do soup to nuts to make sure that all the code violations get remedied. Sometimes they do them to full completion. They'll list them on MLS. Sometimes they do an auction. Really depends on the property and what we think should happen with the property. We discuss that sort of at the outset. Sometimes they do stop somewhere short in the middle. Maybe it's just we need somebody to do a full clean out and they will look to sell it as is. And somebody else will come in, say that they have the funds to complete the project and they'll finish it off You know, a lot of them do take huge losses on these properties, but the way they recoup those funds is, you know, they'll sell it at auction, and maybe they're the only bidder. And so, you know, they basically bid for their lien amount that they've put on the property, and then they get renters in there, and over time they'll recoup their funds by having renters. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. There's obviously a lot more involved, but that's, you know, the quick and dirty of it.
Right. Now the
some
report.
good ones to know. 7 Russell Terrace, the owner is an elderly woman. She's in a nursing home. Her son was in the property. Her son really couldn't keep up with the property. And this is one where we think it's probably going to end up that they finish short, and they're going to auction it off as is. We'll get somebody else to finish the project. But it's right across from some beautiful new condos that went up. So there's a lot of good equity, I think, in this house. So we're hoping that MLS will support that theory.
Yeah, so Crystal, I just want to, if I could, I'm very excited about this. The city council, should get a tremendous amount of credit for 2 things. One, establishing, as Councilors McGee, Bresnahan, Bartley, Jourdain, McGivern, Leahy, Tallman, there were several other councilors involved, but those come right to mind to get the impetus. I don't want to forget attorneys Wilson and Corshane, who really brought this to our attention because they're veteran real estate lawyers. And then the last point, this is where the city council had a zone change for this abandoned lot at Russell Terrace and South Street, which is now going to be 10 or 12, I can't remember, townhouse style apartments that are really coming along, and finally, and they're going to be a real credit to the neighborhood. So this is directly across the street, across a really narrow street, by the way, from this. So very tickled pink about this one, Crystal. So proceed.
Yep. So another one to know is 18 Center Street. This was sort of a situation where I've pointed out in other committees, sort of the unknowns in the city. So you always hear about the big properties, you know, the slumlords. What you don't hear about is the owner that's in over their head. Utilities were off in this property for well over a year. The owner continued to stay in this property unbeknownst to anybody. It sort of happened that there was a leak through the wall. These are side-by-side row houses of sorts. And the neighbor complained that there was a leak coming through the wall. Come to find out, it was sewage leaking through the wall. The pictures don't do this justice. If you have it in color, you can sort of tell all of the dark spots, that's all feces. There was dogs in the property. It was a whole hoarding situation. This was one where we had to take our time. The judge and everybody really got involved, making sure that these people were put in a good position. This property actually ended up selling privately to help them out of their tax burden. And the buyer is finishing up the rehab on this. But we had a receiver come in and fix the immediate problem, which was the leak. The neighbors were thrilled, you know, fixed up the drywall, fixed the leak, cleaned out a lot of the sewage and waste situation that was in here. So these are kind of the stories that nobody hears about, because an owner obviously isn't going to call the Board of Health on themselves. They think that, you know, this is something that they just are in a situation and this is how they live now. And that's not the case. We want them to know that there's resources. Turned out, you know, CDBG had this come about early on, and knowing that there was an issue with the utility bills or things of that nature, CDBG has funds to help with this situation and could have helped in the early stages. But once it gets too far gone, they're not able to put money towards these kind of projects. Basically throwing good money at bad at that point, because it's just too much money and probably not sustainable. Let me see another good one to point out. 148 High Street, 148 through 154 High Street, that's a mixed use, very large, half commercial, half residential. So something to point about the receivership program, it only covers the residential portion. So what they can do is the commercial part, anything that's common area. So if it's a safety issue and that tenants need to get up through a commercial space to get to their units, they're allowed to add that into the cost. But the commercial space, they basically can only make safe. And then they can renovate all the residential as part of the receivership program and put that towards their lien. And then what they do after the receivership closes out is the commercial space can be renovated and rent it out, and they can do whatever they want with it. But this is an 8-unit property. This project is well over $800,000, and that is a receivership's own funds going in here and doing this project. And it was basically an owner out of New York that just ditched the property, and they went in, they did all sorts of brickwork on the outside. There were vines and such all growing all over the property. The fire escapes were not up to code. Most of them didn't function or didn't make sense. You'd have to reach all the way out, laying on the roof, trying to pull the fire escape towards you. It just, it was not a safe situation. So they've gone and they've completely rehabbed this. It's almost done. So that'll be a huge project and a great thing for High Street.
That's great news. Okay. That's great news.
Let's see. This is where I really wish Attorney Wellhoff was here, because a lot of these smaller ones are really her doing. 174 Lyman Street. This is another very large mixed-use dwelling. We've been trying to get this into receivership forever. And again, it's the same company that's doing High Street. It's going to be another huge project. But that is just recently up and running. As you can see, we did file a petition all the way back the end of 2019. We just got the rehab plan approved in late or early November of 2020. So it took a long time to even get to that point.
Okay, but these larger properties are they're unique, but they're so important.
Well, and it's difficult because, like I said, the receiverships, the receivers are using their own funds. So to get some of these larger projects, they're putting in, it's not $100,000 and you walk away. It's 800 or 600,000. So some of those newer ones, Hampton Street, Pine Street, those are fresh receiverships. Taylor Street. These are all ones that Attorney Wellhoff has started recently. And there's smaller single family or multifamily properties.
Well, and as you can see, it's really, I think it's virtually every ward in the city. It's
absolutely.
So you're looking here at 67, 69 Longwood. I can attest to this being a complete nightmare with drug dealers, open drug deals right on Longwood Avenue. Every council here. Open drug deals. And then our friends that are panhandlers, that was their hideout. There was all sorts of disgusting things going on in that property, and really it was the pictures cannot possibly do that justice, especially and there's no sense of smell on these pages either, but it was pretty horrible. Never mind that they terrorized the neighborhood. So this is a big get as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so you'll see at the top of the pages, they kind of go from this light gray color to the darker gray. Now you're getting into the completed receiverships. So as you mentioned, 6769 Longwood, that one sort of came as a concerted effort from you, Councilor Bartley, as well as somebody else had reached out to us about this.
Cops.
Quote unquote tenants.
Lieutenant McMahon, thank you.
There's question on whether or not they even had a tenancy or simply found an empty house and moved themselves in. The owner had passed away. The bank was trying to foreclose. Their foreclosure was bad. We went back and forth with the bank. It was a nightmare just trying to figure out where title was so that we could get good service.
And the Holyoke Detective Bureau too. Yeah, those guys and gals were unbelievable.
So the receiver went in. It saw construction. The owner there is Daryl Williams. He went in and really, was a saint when it came to this. They had to be put in a hotel because technically they were tenants in the eyes of the law. So they had to be put up in a hotel as alternative accommodation. They had numerous hotel rooms because they continued to start fights in the hotels, and he had to keep moving them. Finally, we did sort of a cash for key situation and got him out of there. Not the first rodeo for them. I've heard that they've been in other municipalities causing problems. So he did a wonderful job sort of keeping his cool and dealing with that. And he got it cleaned out. We got it sold. It just closed the end of 2020. So this property is now in the hands of—
That's fantastic, Crystal. And just to my friend, the Ward 1 counselor, because we recognize what the Ward 1 counselor and the Ward 6 counselor said to us at a full city council meeting, probably in November, about some of the travails that they had from panhandlers. So this was Pat the Panhandler sitting right over here at Whiting Farms for months and months. And he ultimately was the squatter in there, and he ultimately got cash for keys to walk out of a building that he never had any ownership to. That's how great the court system is. I mean, that's the system that the lawmakers made. I'm not knocking judges. Believe me, I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying that he had never had his name on any title. He was a troubled gentleman squatting in a house, doing open drug deals, and he ended up getting a check to leave a house he never owned. That's the American justice system. Okay. Well, Crystal, this is do you want to point out another one, Crystal, or are you good to go?
Yeah, let me do a quick little flip. 91 Elm Street's another good one. That was a 3-unit. That's all completed. 311 Walnut Street. I think those pictures speak for themselves. This property, you wouldn't even recognize it if you drove by. I used to think it looked like something out of like a haunted house type show. I mean, there were trees and debris and the house was falling apart, as you can see in that first picture. You couldn't even see the house. There were tenants inside. It was a whole family situation that they had to deal with. It is now completely re-sided. The porches are redone. It's top to bottom, all redone. And those permits and everything just got closed out at the end of 2020. I expect they're probably going to do a sale here shortly. I think 393 Main Street has actually been talked about before, but that's a 16-unit, I believe, property down on Main Street. There was a fire that has been ongoing for quite some time, but that finally finished out. And the same with 1117 Main Street. That's an old one that we've talked about before, but that was an 8-week turnaround on something that had a hole in the floor.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a big deal. I know 19 West Glen Street is something that just finished, and it was sort of something that wasn't necessarily a receivership, but definitely got wind of code enforcement issues. We got veteran services involved, got the owner out and into housing for veterans. And then actually what ended up happening is instead of it going into receivership, we ended up getting the property for taxes and put it out to bid. And one of our receivers, who also happens to be a veteran, came in and finished the project. So, you know, receivership, like I said, is sort of a last resort. We also have all sorts of other ways of dealing with properties that maybe have too high a taxes or just code violations in general. And a lot of times, you know, the owners, you know, we reach out to CDBG, somebody had a sewer issue and CDBG was able to go out and help them reroute the sewer to deal with their issue. So
yeah, 19 West Glen Street is now a total credit to the neighborhood. I mean, Joe and Pete and Howie would know, you know, Sean Kaling, the former state rep from out in Springfield, he was involved with this too. So it was, yeah, that's a winner for the, I mean, it looks beautiful now. It's, I mean,
yeah,
what a gorgeous house.
Is really kind of, you know, a small part of what we do. Like I said, you know, the code enforcement team is a small subgroup of the problem property group. It's a larger concerted effort now than it ever was. I think a lot of the departments are now communicating more about getting help early on and really helping homeowners kind of notice the problems and realize that there are other resources out there. So,
hey, Crystal, any counselor can reach out to you, or really any member of the public if they feel like there's something going on. You know,
yeah.
why not contact the law department and let them know about a specific address.
Yep, and we've had that happen a lot. Counselor Anderson Burgos has reached out. You reach out often. Terry Murphy reaches out. You know, we get phone calls from every which way. And like I said, sometimes it's just one of us driving in and out of work and noticing the same property over and over. Or we do wellness checks. You know, we've had owners that have died in their home and nobody knew until we sent somebody out. So we find them all sorts of different ways. Sometimes we can help, sometimes we can't. I know people get frustrated, things don't move as quick as they'd like, but like I said, we really take a gentle approach to it because these are homeowners and some of them are elderly homeowners that just don't know what their resources are. So we really take kind of a gentle hand. We're not looking to kick people out. We're looking to get them help first and foremost and sort of deal with it from that approach.
Well, great job, Crystal. The counselors have specific questions for Attorney Barnes. Counselor Sullivan is recognized.
Yep. Thank you. Crystal, some of the ones that really concern me aren't the individual homeowners as much as some of the chronic problem landlords. Can you tell me a little about a couple of others, notably 7476 Newton Street? I know you've been to.
Yep. So that one's actually, it's in your list there. That one's sort of been held up by the court, unfortunately. You know, we continue to push saying, okay, enough is enough. This isn't getting done. And thankfully we sort of got a switch in judges recently. We had a judge in the housing court retire last year. And so now we have a new judge in. And I think sometimes just that extra point of view, rather than the same judge hearing it over and over, I think that extra point of view and coming in with all of our, you know, visits to court lined up for them helps the situation. So this one's moving now. It's just, you know, the court doesn't want to kick people out any more than we do. And so sometimes they really do give them, you know, chance after chance. 7 Russell was the same way. These people were taking it over from mom. And so yeah, 7476 Newton is one. We certainly do very large buildings. We all are very aware of, you know, some of the landlords that constantly come up in city council. We're working. We're trying as much as we can.
I just want to get a few specific answers and get this a couple of questions. They're kind of lead on questions, but so the rest of the council can get. So this particular one, for example, roughly how many times have you had to go to housing court regarding just this one location?
So as you can see, it started in February of 2019 as an emergency. So we've been in and out since early 2019, and we're now coming around on 2 years. So, I mean, I don't know personally, this wasn't a property that I started from the beginning.
Half a dozen, it's been in front of the judge a half a dozen times?
At least, if not a dozen.
That's all I'm trying to, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or criticize the job you're doing. I'm trying to make everybody aware of how chronic and troublesome some of these properties and some of these landlords are. And this isn't about the tenants living in there. They should have been put someplace, in my opinion, already. This is an out-of-town landlord. I want everybody to know this, out of Brockton, Massachusetts. All right, that is now tied up our legal department, our city resources, and just added to the blight of this neighborhood for over 2 years now. All right, so there's my point on that one. I just want to go through a couple of these others quick so we can make everybody aware of this. We've got, as I understand, 5658 Suffolk Street, which is the old bank building right in the heart of downtown on the corner of Maple and Suffolk. We've got open issues in housing court. There's illegal apartments, illegal barber shops, water issues. They're been in front of the housing court how many times now?
Oh, probably another dozen. That one unfortunately is commercial, so it kind of, I mean, technically is commercial, so it runs a weird situation for us.
Half commercial,
we
half
actually,
residential. Yep.
We've talked to CDBG. They're actually going to provide us funding for outside counsel to continue with that one, just because it does take so much time and effort. We just got a recent inspection done in January, early January, which will provide sort of a baseline for the new legal counsel taking over. I don't think we've been in that property for about a year because we do run into the weird problem that, you know, the owners aren't super cooperative. We can't just bust in doors. That's not something that goes well. So
I get it.
Yeah,
and
no, that one's still on our radar.
I get it. And I just want everybody aware. Part of the problem here is, according to the judge, and correct me if I'm wrong, these illegal tenants, right, being there during the day is not a violation. You have to go in there and catch them at night, right?
Well, because if you think about it, anybody running a business, there's nothing to say what you can do about your office space. If you want to put a couch in your office, that's up to you. If you want to take naps in your office, that's up to you. So for us to come in and say, you live here, it's not just your office space, it's very hard to prove, but we're getting there. And I think there's enough violations. This one should hopefully push through this year, and it's certainly on our goal list.
And just so everybody knows, another out-of-town landlord out of Nashua, New Hampshire. And we're still waiting to hear from John Vilas about the legislation he told us about that other cities had done that could require out-of-town landlords of certain size units to be required to have a representative or an on-site manager. So that's something I will continue to pursue. 345 Dwight Street. Now, I know this isn't residential, it's commercial, but what can we do about this? It's a landlord. They haven't done anything in 2 years. They're out of San Jose, California, and the place is well on its way to becoming a downtown travesty.
So that's the Silvio Conti building, correct?
Correct.
So we continuously find them. So thankfully, when they pay their taxes, there's all of our liens sitting on their tax bill. So they are at least producing revenue for the city. We continue to do a vacant building charge every year. And because it's commercial, they actually get a full charge, as well as, you know, like I said, we continue to ticket them over and over. They do continue to pay, which is, I guess, a bonus. Honestly, it's something that, you know, we're having trouble because as long as they keep paying taxes, you know, we can't really do anything about a tax lien. They also continue to pay off our tickets. They're not fighting any of them. So it's just a constant
Okay,
code
so
enforcement
Crystal,
there.
on that one,
Mhm.
okay, I'm hearing it. Is the mayor involved with that one? Is OPED involved in that? Because clearly we're not getting anywhere.
It's part of our problem property group discussions. So it's you know, like I said, residential is where we can use a receivership. There isn't a separate process for commercial that we're looking into, but because it's outside of the norm, it's more involved. So with CDBG now being able to provide us some funding for some outside counsel for code enforcement, it's going to really help take care of some of these more painful ones to deal with, these commercial ones that just sort of run away from us because there's no great easy tactic like we're used to. So
yep, just so you know, so they have not paid. They owe $6,582 along with the vacant lien from 2020.
Yep, those would have just went on, so that's not really that far behind.
No, the new tax bill that came out from 2021, for some reason, it only has a lien of $810. I don't understand that, but that's not due yet. These people are out of San Jose, California. Do you know if they have bank financing on that building?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know we talked with the owner last year when we were doing our vacant building registration appeals. He said he kind of seems not to know what to do with that building. He claimed he was going to run a business out of it. We said no.
All right. I'll tell you what. I just want to get one more, and I think I'll have made my point to the committee and the public. 115, 119 Cabot Street, right behind the right next to the boys club, right on the corner. This thing is just beyond belief that it's nothing. You've had receivers look at it, correct? It's beyond.
Correct.
It's beyond.
It was a demolition job. So what we're sort of doing, we're letting the owner. I mean, at this point, you know, we've tried our avenue that usually works. So at this point, we're going. Not at this point. I don't think we've had that one in housing court for quite some time, probably the last year. As people are aware, court sort of hit a standstill as of last March. They're backed up over 400 cases just in eviction cases, not counting code enforcement that got stalled out at the beginning of last year. So we've been inching along. So our usual progress has been completely stalled this year. So we probably haven't seen a judge on that one in over a year at this point. And our last theory was if the owner can at least go in there and start making even small repairs, such as, you know, even just cleaning up the damage that he's done, then we try for a receiver again, and maybe it's made just enough progress that a receiver is willing to now come in and take it on.
Well,
yeah, it's something, again, it's just like the 345 Dwight. The owner makes, you know, just enough progress, or, you know, he's keeping up with taxes. So that loses our ability to go in for a tax lien. So we just continue to fight it in court and hope that he makes some progress. Or we find a receiver that's just itching for work and we say, okay, it's all yours.
It's already been turned down. If I'm correct here, it's already been looked at by, I won't say the receiver's name, but a very well-known, respected, successful receiver has already looked at it, walked away from it. The Board of Health I've talked to our demolition supervisor, and I've looked at it myself, and I've done this for a few years. This thing is a hopeless tear down, a threat to public safety. We got the boys club and our brand new outdoor facility that CDBG just put $350,000 into for the boys club. And once again, out of town landlord, Southbridge, Massachusetts. Here we go. So
he's got a couple of properties. We are dealing with a couple of his properties at the same time. We did a reverter deed on one of his last year.
Well, this is one of the slicker operations. I don't think the chair wants me to use names, but all three properties are under slightly different names or LLCs, but are all addressed to 146 Marcy Street in Southbridge, Massachusetts. And all three are behind on their taxes. So this is another great outside investor here in Holyoke that we need to do something about.
All right, well done, Mike. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
Yeah, attorney, through the chair, I want to know, is 108 Cabot Street on the list? That was the brewery building.
What's that address? What's that address, Gladys?
108 Cabot Street, in front of 101 where the condos are at.
So I'd have to.
That was a brewery building.
Yeah, sometimes I need to see them or see an owner or something to trigger my memory. Let me see if I can pull it up.
That used to be the brewery. It used to be the brewery building, and my understanding. Well, I just got that association just wrote to me today, and I'm just curious if it was on the list because they believe that now the city owns it, and I told them to give me, I sent out an email to the building commission to see if they can tell me if it's true that we own it. I'm trying to find out because there's a lot of activities going on in there, and they're very concerned too that anything can happen, like a fire that break out in there or whatever. So I'm just trying to find out.
So I don't have it
on. It's ours.
It's not on my immediate radar, which means it hasn't been something that came across to us yet. That doesn't mean that our inspectors aren't on it. But if you can send me an email on that one, I can't get into MapGeo right now to see what ownership looks like. If it is city owned, it's easy enough. We can go in there and button it up. If it's not, then that's something that we need to get dealt with. So if you can just shoot me an email so that I don't forget about it. I can't get in anything on my laptop right now.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Gladys. Thank you, Attorney Barnes. Okay. Any other counselors have question marks for? I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody. Okay. So I think what I'd like is a motion for 9A that has been complied with, and for B and C that they've been received. Can I get those motions, please?
Motion that 9A is complied and B and C have been received.
Motion made and seconded that 9A is complied with, B and C are received. Under discussion? Hearing none on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Attorney Barnes, for all your diligence and your participation. If I could get a motion. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, we're gonna take 10 up now, and then 11, 12, and 13 we'll do as a package. But if I could get a motion to take number 10 off the table, please.
Motion to take item 10 off the table.
Motion made and seconded to remove agenda item number 10 off the table. Under discussion, hearing none on the motion, all in favor? Aye. This is filed by Councilor McGivern, 12/15/20. Order that the City Council DGR Committee work with the Planning Department and mayoral designees to redraw the ward lines according to the new federal census. So before I turn it over to Councilor McGivern, Jeff?
Sir.
Okay, why don't you tell us because I don't think anybody's here tonight, but why don't you tell us who you reached out to and what result?
So I did reach out to the mayor, and this morning I received an email from him informing me he would have Damien speaking on his behalf. And through a series of communications today, it seems like there was maybe with several committee meetings this week, I think he intended Damien to be speaking with public safety on Wednesday and just mixed meetings. I also did reach out to Aaron Vega, the new OPED director. He was here earlier. It looks like he might have left, but as invitee for planning, perhaps it got too late. He didn't send a message, but he was here earlier for it.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not really sure if Mr. Cody, the building commissioner, would really be, relevant to this particular order, but certainly the mayor would have been, and certainly the planning department would have been. But I'm going to finish this way, and then I'll turn over to Joe. This is the first time, but certainly this order is going to be on every single DGR agenda until we get this done. So it'll be on February 22nd, et cetera, until we get this. And then it'll gradually work its way up to the top of the agenda items until we're, because it's just important. We have to do this. I don't know the deadline, but hopefully Councilor McGivern can give us some insight as to the process, procedure, and deadlines. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking it up this evening. And I agree with you. If you could keep it on the radar and on your agendas, that would be a first step, and I think a good step. Just a reminder to everybody, I'm not a ward counselor, but I think this is a very important thing that takes place every 10 years in the city. When the federal government completes their census, I guess this was a little slow this year because of COVID, the municipalities are required to proportionately redraw the ward lines according to population shifts. And we do that through census tracts, and we do that through a number of other criteria, which means you try to make sure the wards, for the purposes of representation of elected officials, that the wards are contiguous with people with the similar concerns in similar type situations and neighborhoods. Now, 10 years ago, Jeff Burkhart was very instrumental in working on this out of the planning department. I did reach out to Marcus Marrero before he left. He said Jeff has been assigned this, but at the time when I reached out to Marcus, it seemed like the numbers were just coming in, and some of the preliminary work may be done, but the real work is just beginning. So I think I always go through a department head, but I think the key person, once Aaron okays it, the key person certainly would be Jeff Burkhart to work with us. I believe that we as a body, especially the ward councilors, that we as a body should have input into the redrawing of these lines to make sure that we're not only our voices are heard, but that it's transparent so that all our constituents understand that they may get bumped from one ward to another ward, and they may be upset just as simple as their voting place changed. But there could be deeper issues. I'm not saying there is. I just think, upfront involvement is important from the city council.
Oh, thank you. Councilor Bacon has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the pleasure of chairing the committee the last time we did the redrawing of these boundaries. And at that time, we adopted a principle in committee that we would change the ward boundaries as little as possible in meeting the requirements of the proportions of the change in the census and the locations of the residents of the city. And as we took that approach throughout the process, I think it worked out fairly well with a relatively small amount of disruption, to Councilor McGivern's point. So that's just a perspective from the last time we went through this. But we're all aware of some streets, for example, out here in Ward 5, where one side of a street is one ward and another side of a street is a different ward, you know, and those kind of things we might be able to make a little bit cleaner for people in the wards also. So that's just a couple of points. Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that, because that one comes right to mind, Gordon Drive. It's
Right.
it's up on top of Whiting Farms Road. I mean, listen, I'd love to have them in Ward 3. I gotta be frank, but I mean, Donahue School's right there.
They'd probably
I mean,
rather vote at Donahue.
I would think they would, instead of traipsing, I mean, well, I don't know if we're gonna go, if we're doing it on mailing or online, or if we're gonna go back to normal order and just vote like we're supposed to vote across the street or wherever you are and just go vote. But that's bigger than me. But but that's just one thought. Any other councilors want to have some brief remarks, right? Knowing that we're gonna take this up February 22nd and et cetera, till this thing's done. So Councilor LeBron Martinez had her hand up. Councilor.
Yeah, I just in the same thing that Linda sort of mentioned. Like I live on Elm Street, and my neighbors across the street, that side is Ward 4, and they're right on my street.
Right.
I just have to cross the street, and I'm on Ward 4 line, and that is kind of crazy the way that the drawing of the distribution is.
Yeah, you would think that Gladys makes a lot of sense. I mean, I could see how, you know, Westfield Road, that's a big thoroughfare, so half of it's Ward 3, the other half is Ward 5. You know, you can see that, but Gordon Drive, where it's a, you know, it's a dead end, and I don't know, that seems a little silly, but you know, you got to draw the line somewhere, and I get it, but I'd like to clean that up too. So, okay, Councilor McGivern, you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think you've hit all the key points, and I'm glad I knew everybody was aware of it, but I just think sometimes we can forget these 10-year cycles, and the story does come to mind. I won't mention the mayor or the person involved, but the mayor of the time assigned his aide to lead the charge for changing the ward lines, and we weren't paying attention. And this is will be the 5th one that I've gone through. But on this particular one, when we got a hold of the map, I was in Ward 4 at the time, you can picture Ward 4 as being geographically the smallest ward, which included and still includes Holyoke Towers and Sycamore Towers, where everybody walks down the street to St. Paul's to vote. Well, they had taken both of those pieces of properties and put them in Ward 6. So instead of walking down the street to St. Paul's, they'd have to walk through 2 cemeteries to the synagogue to vote. I think you get the point here. You know, you have to pay attention, because just looking at a map is not good enough. You have to know your neighborhoods. You have to know where people live, their concerns, and make what's sense so that everybody is on the same page when it comes to the issues, big and small.
Thank you. Okay, I think a motion to table would be in order.
Motion to table.
Second.
Motion's made and second to table is non-debatable. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we'll table that. And we'll certainly take it up February 22nd, Jeff. Just put it on every agenda that we got going forward till we get it done. I think the last one, I think we can take, I mean, it's various counselors, but I think they all have to do with Holyoke Media. I wanted to get this out there. I'm going to turn this over to, so if I could get a motion to suspend, take 11, 12, and 13 as a package, please.
Motion to suspend the rules to take items 11, 12, and 13 as a package.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to suspend the rules, take items together as one, agenda items 11, 12, and 13. And discussion, hearing none on the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Agenda, I'll briefly read these. Agenda item 11, order the committee meet with Holyoke Media to put together an action plan to televise council meetings and subcommittee meetings, and would have them translated into Spanish. The goal should be to televise within 48 hours of the actual meeting. Number 12, order that the committee meet with Holyoke Media and several other entities to present a 5 to 10 minute video to be televised on Channel 15 on the importance of persons not contributing to panhandlers. Agenda item 13, order that the committee meet with Holyoke Media about the possibility of having more programming on Channel 15. Question mark, is it possible to have some regular half-hour programs which could both entertain and inform the residents? All very good orders. All all kind of written by Counselor Murphy and then joined by various counselors going forward. So Counselor Murphy is here. We recognize in a second. I believe Holyoke Media was here somewhere.
Yes, Scott's here. Scott's here.
Oh, Scott, there's Scott.
Right in the
We
middle.
know Scott. Okay, the motion to suspend to allow Scott to present to us on these orders, please.
Good. Second.
Motion made and seconded to allow Scott McPherson to address the city council on these matters going forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilor Murphy has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so while they're all related to Holyoke Media, I'm going to deal with them a little bit separately if I can, but I just,
yeah, please.
I appreciate Scott. I appreciate his input on it. And so let me start off with the first order, trying to get our city council meetings and subcommittee meetings to be broadcast in both English and Spanish. And having met with Scott, he kind of indicated he thought it was potentially possible for us to actually have an actual translation as we have the meetings going on, and that it wouldn't be that expensive, and that he had the potential of doing that, which I think would be great. And I was at a meeting last Thursday with the Chestnut Community Alliance, and that meeting was primarily held in Spanish, and most of those residents who were there were very pleased with the idea that maybe we could start getting some information to them in Spanish on our city council meetings. And I think that would, to me, I think knowing that we have a significant portion of our population that is much more comfortable in Spanish than in English at this point, I think it would help us to potentially get the information out about what we do, about what's being discussed, and also potentially get the city more aware of all the various issues. So that's the first goal I have, and that my hope would be that Scott's going to tell us that it's possible that we can actually do it. So it's not within 48 hours; it's almost simultaneous, and that he has contacts that we would need to provide some funding, but it's not a phenomenal amount of funding in order to get that done. So that would be number one. Number two order was filed, as you know, I met with the opioid task force, and I know Detective Immaterio and Beeman were here, and I think Captain Moriarty's probably in on this as well. When I met with them, one of the things, and again, this is, and I want to emphasize, this is not trying to be someone who doesn't care about panhandlers, and I want to just, I want us, and this is what I heard frequently, we need to be able to explain why we don't want to give to panhandlers and why we want to be able to encourage panhandlers to take the services that we have, both for the quality of life that they could have, and obviously from a health perspective, from a community perspective, all of those kind of things. We do try to provide a lot of services, and they were trying to figure out how to get the word out to the people. And I know we've tried a few different things, and I just thought a 5 or 10 minute program emphasizing why this task force and the health director and other people have indicated that the best way we can improve the quality of life for people that are panhandling is to get them to take city services. And that right now, a good portion don't take them because they get money handed to them and they feel like that's all they want and that's all they need. So that was the second order. The third order was related to, and I want to thank the task force because I mean, they followed up with the health director's comment, the veteran services comments, all related to the same kind of thing. And the last one is just, you know, I've had people say to me, can we put programming on? I mean, and again, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine it would be possible. Obviously, we replay council meetings, you know, 3 or 4 times, and in some cases, several weeks after the fact. I mean, it would be interesting if we could have some programming, maybe, you know, with all due respect, if 13 councilors get a half-hour interview by somebody, the school committee gets an interview by, the mayor gets an interview, whoever gets interviews.
Well, I would tune into those, Terry. I'll tell you, that's ratings gold right there. So Terry, let's just kind of, in the interest of time here,
Okay.
Mr. McPherson, welcome. Why don't you take up number 11, and then we'll go right to the detective and the captain. We'll get suspensions to allow them to address, and then we'll move on from there, and however else you want to engage us. So, Mr. McPherson.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilors, thank you very much for speaking with me tonight. I also want to acknowledge my board president, Jennifer Miskowski, is here with us as well.
Thank you, Jennifer, for being here.
So with regard to translation and interpretation of the meetings, Councilor Murphy reached out to me and we talked. I think that doing it after the fact will actually make it a much longer process, and doing it simultaneously would be far wiser and expeditious. There's both some hardware costs and some manpower costs associated with that. But looking into, I've had a couple of, and also we have to, I had to make sure that Comcast would take it's a different type of signal flow for them. So I needed to make sure that they would work with us. And so the long and short is we can get some hardware they will have to buy from Comcast to carry this. And then if there's somebody doing a simultaneous translation while the meeting is going on, then it can run on what's called a SAP channel, a secondary audio program, so that with your remote while you're watching it, you can just click down and over, and it'll activate the secondary audio program, which would be in Spanish.
Okay, what's your cost, Scott? What's your timetable? What's the action plan? Why don't you just give us a synopsis?
Hardware costs. In speaking with Comcast last week, they updated the pricing on that. It's about $8,500 in transmission area equipment. For our existing equipment, it's about $1,000, $1,200 maybe. And then there's the ongoing cost of the interpretation, which I mean, I can speak to what our interpreter costs. It's about $50 an hour. I don't know how I'm certain they would be willing to do it for $50 an hour. But there's certainly other options out there as well.
Okay, Councilor Murphy?
Well, again, I mean, all together, and I'm just going to make an assumption that we have 2,000 hours of council and committee meetings a year. I've been at 1,985 since I came back. So, you didn't know I was keeping track, Peter. So,
yeah, but I know
first of all, I want to again thank Scott. I mean, he gave me additional information after I filed this, and made me much more comfortable with the idea of doing it in the same time fashion, and that would really be truly an immediate service to this community. And the costs, I'm looking at a cost of probably total of 20,000, of which 10,000 is hardware and 10,000 would be having somebody do the interpretations. And for $20,000 to make sure that a greater percentage of our population can listen to what's going on, to have a better grasp of how they can have input in the conversations of what's going on. I think it would be a great investment, and I think it's long overdue. And I want to thank Scott, and I hope that the committee will recommend that we do this, and that we ask the mayor to make the necessary appropriations.
I'm gonna make a point on that in a second, but I appreciate that. But thank you, Terry. Councilor Joe, I just do committee members first, Joe. So hold on a second. Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor McGivern.
Yeah, through the chair, a question to Councilor Murphy. How many hours of program would have to be translated?
I'm just based on I'm going to we'll look at this week. We're probably going to have about 15 hours this week. I'm assuming we do somewhere in the vicinity of 10 to 12 hours a week, times $50. I mean, it's probably not 10,000.
So it's like 500 to 1,000 hours a year.
Yeah.
Mike?
Well, that'd be 780 hours, right? Times $50 is $39,000 just for translation, not 10,000.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, Counselor. Counselor Sullivan's the floor. Mike, are you set?
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. The numbers a little bit skewed there.
Counselor Graney?
Yeah, just quickly, through the chair to Scott, is there any grant money out there that's available, National Council of the Arts or anything like that, that we could take advantage of?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I haven't dug into grant funding for this stuff really at all, but so I'm not sure.
I think Counselor Graney raises a great point. I mean, because anybody's watched the Red Sox game always knows that the Red Sox games are they make a big deal about it for at the start of every ball game, simulcast and with SAP simulcast in Spanish. So I bet there's a foundation or somebody out there that would be really just doing this. Counselor McGivern has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Scott, thank you. And as always, this is not the first time that we've looked at this. The cost has always been prohibitive. I think whether it's Counselor Murphy or Counselor Sullivan's calculator, it just tells you that eventually this is something that's questionable in a city that's strapped for dollars, although the intent is well understood and well needed. Holyoke Media, is doing a great job. So I don't want you to take this wrong, but this to me is something that the franchise fee that comes in through cable subscribers within the city should be paying for. Can you comment on that?
Can I comment on whether I think the franchise?
Can you, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Sure. So what I think is that if we're talking about hardware, I think there's a discussion to be had there. If we're talking about the council providing access to Spanish language versions of their meetings, that I'm less comfortable with.
I'm not. Anyways, that's my point. But my second point is a little bit more important. Budgetary questions aren't for so much for tonight, but as I said, cost has always been prohibitive. Scott, if I could, you say we, you, us. Who hires the translator?
I think the city should be the ones hiring the translator.
Okay. And that would be a per diem job is what you're suggesting?
Again, I think there are different ways it could be handled. I'm not sure. There are different ways it could be handled, but sure.
Is there no hardware out there that would translate the meetings as we go?
Yeah, so there is. I looked into this. There is auto captioning equipment that's out there. Again, captioning, not translating. The problem is that it's so when you think about when you use like Google Translate or Google Transcribe or something like that it runs with about 95% accuracy. But when it's both transcribing and interpreting, that accuracy drops down to about 70% and doesn't do a good job of capturing idioms and things like that. And so it's inaccurate. And also, I did talk to a captioning company. The cost is fairly prohibitive, 45 grand for the captioning and another 10 for the translating functioning. And so it's expensive and it's inaccurate.
I think you're leading me right into my final question, Mr. Chairman. Is a translator, we're not sure who's going to appoint this person, is going to be translating the entire meeting, obviously. Mm-hmm. As elected officials, sometimes are on different sides of an issue, and they're going to do it simultaneously as we're talking. Yeah, is that the way this works?
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
How do we know what they're saying is what we're saying?
I can't speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Sullivan has his hand up.
Yep. Scott, what's your title there at Holyoke Media?
Executive Director.
So you're also in charge of the financial decisions as well, right?
Yeah, well, I propose the budget, yes.
Okay. And let's see. Johan Rashi Vega, is he responsible for any of the financial decisions or the content that goes into these programs and stuff?
Is he responsible for financial decisions? No.
And the content on these programs that we're talking about now, or would that also come from you?
No, the content, it depends on the content. I mean, there may be cases where, yeah, he's doing interviews or something like that.
Okay, those are my only two questions.
Okay, Councilor Murphy, what's your pleasure?
I just make I've done some more math after Councilor Sullivan. So our first year, and again, I don't know exactly, but let's assume we have 21 city council meetings that are average 3 hours. So that would be $3,150 at $50 an hour. And assuming we had 16 hours of committee meeting for every one of those meetings, our labor cost would be about $19,900. So we're 20,000. Once we get through the capital 10,000, we're talking 19 or 20,000 a year. And again, if 19 or 20,000 can connect us to another 500 citizens or 1,000 citizens in terms of keeping them informed, I just think that's a pretty good expenditure of our money. And if right now not doing it is keeping those same people outside of that system, that's a saving that doesn't make sense in terms of making this one community. So my hope is that we will look at it in the idea that the goal is something we should do, and maybe we can use community development funds to pay for some of the hardware or whatever to make that. Because again, obviously, I would venture a significant portion would be living in the lower wards. So
yeah, Councilor Murphy, I'm gonna recommend that you I'll recognize Councilor Brown Martinez and Councilor Bacon on this in a second, but I'm gonna recommend that we probably table this because you're gonna want to sort of look a little more financial options, whether or not there's before we can make a firm decision, because that is an open question. I'm more interested in that than from my perspective. Now we'll do whatever the committee wants, but I would say you might want to have a chance to look at CDBG. You might want to talk to Mr. McPherson to see if there is some flexibility. You might want to talk to Comcast to see what their position is on this. And there may be some other foundations. I would be stunned if there were not foundations that would jump at the chance to support this. But I'll recognize Councilor LeBron Martinez and Councilor Bacon next. Councilor LeBron Martinez.
Yeah, I just want to say that some time ago, probably a year and a half, I actually filed an order similar to this, requesting that, based on constituents' request, that we get this our meetings translated so that people can understand the meetings at times, or what agendas were coming up, even the agendas they said. And somehow, I don't know where my order went to, never got pulled up, and I don't recall what happened. I was trying to find it, but it was in, because I know it got in. My follow-up to this is that I know, we're talking money matters here, but it is a population that we really need to acknowledge that is necessary for us to translate or interpret what is being said, so that when we're asking people to be involved, they can understand what is happening at times. I know that the school department, as a matter of fact, did receive, when they got a citation or a lawsuit, I think it was, due to the translation paperwork. I don't know why that's not in the side of the city also area, because it is constituents that need the same information that anyone else can get. So I just want to, acknowledge Murphy's order again that, this is needed. But my questions to Scott is that can we see movies in English? I mean, in Spanish, in English that are subtitled in Spanish in my channels in Telemundo. I can see the subtitles, right? Why can't our meetings be that way? Can they be subtitles as they go?
Sure. So in order to do that and do it effectively, you still need a person entering in that information, and it still requires hardware. In order to do it, it's done through a captioning channel. So it can be done, but it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Gladys, just to your point, so I'm going to say two things in rebuttal. I don't know what happened to your past order because it's not in this committee, but you are signed on to this particular one as a co-sponsor with Councilor Murphy. And second of all, if it's money, talk to the mayor. Very simple. Ask the mayor the question. Mayor's invited. Ask the mayor if he would provide, if he would send an appropriation to the city council. Period. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the next meeting, not for tonight, I know approximately a year, or maybe it was 2 now, we got a financial statement from Holyoke Media. At the time, they had a really big cash balance prior to some property issues and the like. And so if we could become aware of what the resources might be there to achieve some of these changes at the next meeting, that would be helpful. Thank you.
If you sent the recent financial to us, I thought you did.
Yeah, I think you should have gotten it. I forget which meeting it was. I think maybe the last one in December.
Okay,
December.
That's before us. Scott, do you want to just send just to make our life simpler, since you already filed it? Can you send that communication to Jeff Anderson Burgos and just say, Jeff, please forward that to the city council, okay? Just to make our lives a little simpler, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilor Murphy, I'm sorry, Councilor Tallman. Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. It's been a long night already. Thank you, Scott, for being here. And as a co-sponsor of this order, I think it's vital that this gets done. As my colleague stated, though, it's a money issue also. I believe, as Councilor McGivern stated about the financials, about the subscribers to Comcast, the money, the franchise fee. I know I'd like to see the financials too, but I think this could be taken out of that, the money that actually the residents pay into this to run Holyoke Media. And if there's any other way, any kind of grants, or as Councilor Bartley stated, some foundations, I think it's important that we have probably more than half of the city and probably 70 to 80% of the city of Holyoke that understands the Spanish language. So I think it's vital that we get this out there. The sooner the better. And I do remember this order coming up before several years ago. And it just seems like it gets put on the back burner, and I don't think it should anymore. I think it's important that we get moving on this as soon as we find out how we can afford it. And who knows, maybe we can even get people that could possibly volunteer some of their services to translate instead of having a full cost of $50 an hour. So I'd like to get those. I know this go back to committee. I'd like to get some of those things out there and see if anything can be done with that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I see two of the hands that they're up. They already spoke. Gladys and Linda, are you guys good, or do you want to speak again?
Oh, I'm done. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, Gladys. Linda, are you good?
I'm all set. Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, Gladys, you're good. We got you. Linda, are you good to go?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you
okay.
hear me?
I
I'm all
can,
set.
Gladys.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Tallman, on number 11, what's your pleasure?
On number 11?
I'm Councilor Tallman. I'm sorry, Pete.
Councilor
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you want to do, and I will go to the mayor and try to see what we can do financially there. I'll also go to Alicia at Community Development and see if there's potential of any community development money to try to further provide civic engagement with the lower wards. And then I'll if you want to table it this time, I'll try to have some answers for the next meeting. But I do think this is crucial that we get this done. And that we really, and if it means that we start off when we just do the city council meetings and we don't do committee meetings to start with, to get it going, which would be, again, other than the capital expense, we'd probably be talking only about $3,100 a year, somewhere in that ballpark. I just think it's important that it gets done. And I do think it would demonstrate to every citizen voter in Holyoke that, we want you to be involved, we want you to care, and we want you to know what we're trying to do.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so you after you do some due diligence, Gladys is gonna do some due diligence, Ms. McPherson will do some due diligence, the board chair will do some as well, I'm positive, and then when you report back to me, just let me know, what our agendas, our meetings dates are, so just let me know, we'll put it on the agenda, okay? All right, so I'll take a motion to table on this, please.
Motion to table item number 11.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to table, non-debatable. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On number 12, which is before us, we have, I see two members, well, they were here.
Yeah.
Go.
Captain Moriarty and Detective Immaterials here.
Detectives here and Captain Moriarty are both here. Motion to suspend to allow them to address us on this matter, please.
So moved.
Motion, second,
Motion to
please.
suspend.
Yeah, motion made and seconded to suspend to allow them to address us on this matter. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Murphy has the floor.
Again, I filed this with the goal of just kind of informing the public and trying to make sure they're aware of what we can provide for those people that are out there, and to try to understand that right now we're having a difficulty getting people to accept the services that we're providing, and that part of the problem is that the contributions are coming as they're panhandling, and so my goal is to try to improve the life of everybody, and I just appreciated the opioid task force's comments, and that's why I filed the order. So, and I know the detective was there, and I know the people from the Behavioral Health Network talked about the same thing. So that's why I filed the order, and I just would love to hear their comments.
Okay, so so Terry, you tell me what order do you want me to go into? So the order says the mayor. Okay, mayor is not here. Health director is not here. But representatives of the opioid substance abuse task force are here. So I take that as a captain and a detective. When you want to go first? It doesn't matter to me. Who wants to go first? Captain?
I'll start off. I know Joe's shy. So, good evening, everyone. How are you?
How you doing, Captain?
Thank you for being here.
Good. No, thank you for inviting us. So probably for the past 2 years, basically when we all saw the panhandlers increasing in their numbers throughout the city, under a grant with BHN, we were at least twice a week all year long driving with counselors. And one of the goals was to go up to every one of the panhandlers, gather their information, find out what services they needed and what could be offered and if they'd be willing to take it. So they were approached immediately, especially because of this grant once again, because we're probably around 98% of our department has gone through a crisis training class, which is 40 hours long. I'm probably reiterating, you've all probably heard this before, but we also had the professionals who had all the resources. I believe there were some successful cases. Jesus Pereira from the War Memorial, he specifically went out to find panhandlers who were veterans. I know he was able to help some of them. Part of the problem we run into is the sense of freedom, that for some of the panhandlers, they enjoy where they are right now because they literally can do whatever they want. That when they are taking services, they feel their freedom is inhibited by certain rules, or even meeting times. So on that front, I'm not sure how much we can do. As for a video series, I don't think the police department has ever been shy about getting in front of the camera and doing what we need to do. And we also think it's very important because there's a lot the Holyoke Police Department does the majority of our citizens have no clue that we're involved in. Just the mental health aspect. The grant that I was speaking of has grown where I think it's 4 nights a week now. An officer for 4 hours is with the BHN counselor, and we're always doing follow-ups. Anybody who's had some sort of crisis, and it's notated in our dispatch logs, there's an immediate follow-up with this counselor and an officer. This has been going on for close to a year. And a lot of people have no idea how deeply involved the Holyoke Police Department is with the citizens of Holyoke who are having mental and emotional issues. And I think it'd be very important for and beneficial for the police that our citizens realize how much our department and our officers are doing.
So Captain, do you want to know how many times I've seen a panhandler on a corner and how many times I've seen a cruiser stop next to him? Do you want to guess how many times that's been?
No, but go ahead, tell me.
0. Not one time have I seen, now maybe it's done subtly, maybe it's done with plainclothes officers, but I've never seen in my life, and I've seen panhandlers every single day, I have never seen a marked vehicle pull over and a uniformed officer approach a panhandler anywhere on Northampton Street, up by Route 91, downtown by 391 on Main Street, over on by the church on Appleton. So when do these contacts happen?
Well, sir, it's done by an unmarked cruiser, and the counselors in civilian clothing and the officer themselves are in civilian clothing. We've been advised that sometimes getting out of the marked cruiser in a uniform, it immediately starts a negative contact. So we try to do it as subtly as possible. And sir, I'm not saying it happens 24 hours a day, but it has happened. I've been involved in it. And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not happening.
No, I'm kind of a devil's advocate there. I believe every word you say, but I can assure you, I have never once witnessed it. Now,
I can assure you it's happened, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so when we say we're gonna start taking videos of this, what do you envision this order is doing?
Could I answer that for a second?
You go right ahead, sir.
Anybody can answer it.
Okay, so I mean, basically, there's 2 things I'm looking to do, and it would not just be, it would be the health director, it would probably be veteran services, it would be people from the opioid task force, behavioral health network, just kind of going through the kind of things, the experiences that they have when they do reach out, and some of the rationale for why we are failing to get people to accept some of the services. And I know freedom is one of those things, but I know there have been other cases, and I will tell you that I was very impressed when I was at the task force where they go and they do run into people with drug issues, and they've been able to get people to go to rehab, but it takes some extra effort, if you will. And again, the fact that we keep going out and reaching out, and I will say, Jesus Ferrer I've had him go out a few times after I've talked to veterans that are on Panhandle, and even they, on occasion, will assume that they're being forced to do something. We're not trying to force anybody to do something. We're trying to give them an opportunity. They can choose to accept it or not. But as I understand it, both from health director, from the task force, from the veteran services, part of the problem is that when you get enough money to be somewhat free, but you're still not really living any kind of healthy life, and that's why you're rejecting the services. That's what I'm trying. I want the citizens who are giving not to think we're trying to ask them to be selfish, but we're trying to ask them to recognize that we can potentially help these people more if they're not making these kind of contributions. That's the message I'm trying to get out.
I agree with that, sir. And Officer or Detective Material, he is one of 2 officers that this is their solid job all week long. So Joe, I'm going to throw you under the bus. You can take over from here and let everybody know what you're doing.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, counselors. Good evening. Thank you for having us on here. I'm one of the detectives that works in the opioid task force down here at Ray Street, 208 Ray Street, our Holyoke Police Community Center. And my full-time job within the police department is working specifically on this grant, assisting individuals that currently use and are addicted to heroin specifically. My goal is to place them into detox. That would be the best thing that I can do for an individual, to place them into detox, but also to provide them with support and recovery services with recovery coaches and connect them with BHN. And we have made, since May of 2019, I believe we first started this, I would estimate close to 1,000+ connections in the community with those people that are Holyoke citizens and all those people that are coming into Holyoke and using narcotics. With those numbers, we've helped, I want to say, over 200, 250 or so being placed into detox services. Now, in regards to the panhandling issue and us making some type of video highlighting that and the negative effects of, excuse me, of providing money to panhandlers, I believe that we would be open to something like that and discuss that issue and kind of just putting our word out there of all the good things that we're doing in the city. Yeah, I'm also here to answer any questions any counselors has about what we're doing here.
And I want to thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
So thank you both. Hold on before I make a speech. Gladys, your hand's up.
Yeah.
Gladys,
you're recognized. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to let the team of the group of working with the opiates. I know that this job, it's a tough position because it's like a revolving door that, they go for service and they can come back and redo it again until they really make that choice to stop using. So I want to thank you for that service. My question is, what do you say is a really number that are from our city, or do you have a number outside? How many are from the outside that are coming here versus the one who live here? Because I see a lot of faces, too many faces that, at least we should be familiar with some, and I'm not as much familiar with many that I see. Do you have a sense? Do you have a sense of percentage or numbers that are outside of Holyoke?
I don't have an actual numbers, but I can tell you that my personal experience working the streets every day and being out there, I can say that it is a good amount. I would say estimate over 50% that we're working with people that are outside of the city as well. Now, we proactively respond to overdoses. That's our initial interaction with individuals, but it's not just that at all. It's a lot of word of mouth, families, friends that give us a call, people that flag us down on the street and kind of say, hey, we heard what you're doing. Can you please provide us with assistance? So I would say that over 50% of the people we assist and work with are out of the city, but we're not going to obviously turn anyone down that reaches out for us and asks for help with what we're doing. What we're doing is a very unique and one-of-a-kind thing. To my knowledge, it has not been done in the city of Holyoke through the Holyoke Police Department ever. We're really bridging the gap here. We're becoming more approachable. That's how this works, okay? We gain the trust, we create a communication, a connection with the individuals in need, and really offer them services that they need, life-saving services, anything that we could possibly do. And if it's something that's out of our realm, we'll refer them to another local agency that can help them. And Counselor, you're right. Just because we successfully place someone into detox, it's not the magic answer that someone is going to be into recovery. Relapse is part of recovery. It's an ongoing process. I can tell you that I have placed multiple individuals, same individuals, into detox multiple times since May of 2019. We continue to work with those same individuals. They know that they can call us and reach out to us, and we will continue to help them whatever it takes. It doesn't matter if I put them into detox 1, 2, 3, or 4 times, and I'll put them into every single detox in the state of Massachusetts if I need to help those individuals in need. So yeah, we have a very unique program here. It's very well accepted. It's in my opinion, extremely successful. And we're going to keep on and doing what we're doing. And I'm happy to announce that we do have another grant. I was awarded another grant for another 3 years and doing some different things with some other different agencies. So that's very exciting work as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to let you know, I also work at Mass Hire during the day, and we have the ATR program that is helping people in recovery to get back on their feet and get a job and training so that they can change their lives. So appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Detective and Captain Moriarty for coming on tonight. I think this is a fine order. I stated before that part of the problem is that people are giving the panhandlers money on the street, and they're going to keep on going out there because they're getting the money, and then they can do whatever they want with it, whether it's alcohol, drugs, or trying to find a room for the night. But we know there's a definite need out there. That we know that there's people out there that help. I've even stopped and talked to a couple of them. Some of them can make, some of them they can drive their bike up towards Hampton Street. They live down in Springdale. They can make up to $100 to $150 a day, which is, is a lot of money. And some of them are on Social Security, but that's what they do. Some of them use it for certain things, but I think the work that you do is very important. And I think the veterans agent is trying to do his best with some of the people who are out there that are veterans. A couple of the people that are on the street, I've asked them where they were from, and there's a man and a woman that they're actually from Vermont originally, and they're down here. So, whatever the problem has, I think we have to just look at the person, as an individual, a person that's seeking help and needs help, and do whatever we can to, whether it's like, as Joe stated, whether it's 1, 2, or 10 times to get the help they need if they have to keep on going back into detox. But eventually there are some people that do get the help and do stay clean for a while and can turn their lives around. So thank you for the work you do. And I think it's important that we can get this, maybe a short 5 or 10 minute video out telling people the importance of, what we can do to help the people that are on the street. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Captain Moriarty and Detective Emeterio.
Yes, ma'am.
From my perspective, hearing you tonight give your explanation and the number of people that you were able to help get into detox and then into support was the perfectly compelling message that would be perfect on Holyoke media, in support of Councilor Murphy's order. I think the way that you put it forth and how you talk about the bridge, I think is an extremely compelling message. And I think it would be very well received in our community. And I'm going to say hardly anybody knows about it.
Okay.
It just in general.
In general, okay.
Yeah. And I just think it would be a great thing to have out there. And the more we could educate the people that what they're doing isn't really helping, but there is a real program that actually is really helping, would really make a difference for people who just sort of don't really understand and believe that something is really happening out there. So at least for me, I just found it a really compelling argument. So I think others would too. And thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Detective Captain Moriarty. I appreciate everything that you do. I am a big fan of community policing. I see this as part of community policing. It's important to keep that image out there. I work in the court system as a probation officer, so I understand the language and what you face. And I think your numbers are probably right on in terms of percentages. I do believe this video would be good. Scott can tell us, or I'm sure Holyoke Media has done something similar with our Judge Hadley out of district court and putting on a town meeting. which I think many of you were involved or are aware of anyways, and kind of along the same, a little bit along the same lines, but the idea of education through you know, the media is important and something we should all be aware of. I'm going to ask Detective a loaded question, so you can pass it to Captain Mayardi if you want, because I really meant what I just said. But now let's talk about the percentage that you can't reach, and it's not your fault. There is a percentage out there. They are violating laws, Captain Mayardi. When do we stop the effort to get them, you know, the options of how to take care of their disease? And when do we become detectives and police officers and recognize a forced detox is probably the only way we're going to stop them?
Well, I know there have been cases by family members where it's a Section 12.
I'm talking from a police point of view.
Right.
Section 35 is family members.
Family members. That's right. On our side, we do the Section 12. Joe would have more experience with that. I have been involved in a few of those. And with everything that's going on lately, we do try to use that as the last resort. Because as Detective Matera was saying, that we're looking more for the community policing outreach and the bridging. But when it does come to this is the last resort, it does happen. Once again, Joe's more involved with this. He probably has and definitely has more information on it. But at the end of the day, we're always going to be police officers. And I'm not aware of too many situations where we haven't done what needed to be done.
Yes, thank you, Captain. Counselor, we do not do as of right now Section 35 in regards to what we do down here at the Holyoke Police Community Center. What we do is on a voluntary basis. People will reach out to us, we'll reach out to people, and when they're ready, we'll provide them with the resources. I completely understand what you're saying in regards to panhandlers. Where's that line, right? Where's that line? Right now, it seems to be kind of gray. At what point do we approach people and start saying, hey, you're in the middle of the road, you got to get out of the road, you're breaking laws, it's too dangerous, right? That's a great question. It really is. And I think that's a discussion for kind of, not to throw you under the bus, Captain, but for like supervisors in general, kind of to kind of say, okay, guys, you know, if you see this, you do A, B, C, but if you see this, you do, you know, this. We got to figure out what route we want to take with what certain specific situations. There's certainly a difference between an individual, let's say Hampton and 5 there, staying right by that ATM machine there, versus that individual that's in the center medium across from the firehouse at 5 and Dwight, right? That's two different scenarios. You can say that one is almost not being disorderly, but a danger to traffic and public, standing in the middle of the road there, where the other's on the sidewalk, right? So that's something that we all, as a council, and as a police department, need to sit down and say, okay, guys, which ones are we going to enforce, and which ones are we going to kind of say, okay, you know, let's kind of move along and kind of go from there. So there's a lot of things that go into the simple question of, instead of making, you know, obviously making the video is an important thing, but to address the panhandling issue, it's not a yes or a no. It's in my opinion, from what I see out there and the way that I'm hearing all these, the information that I'm getting from the people that are panhandling, it's more than just a simple yes or no question. It's kind of layered up, and you need to kind of pick each piece and kind of go from there. You know what I mean? But the Section 35, in my opinion, if the word gets out that we're going to court and I'm petitioning a judge for a Section 35, and me personally and my team down here personally are going around and picking people up with a Section 35 court order, this program would not work. It would shut down, the word would get out, and in my opinion, nobody would work with us. So a Section 35, although officers could petition the court for that, I believe is more for the family.
Detective, if I could just, thank you, and the answer is fair, and I understand where you're coming from. And it would be very difficult to do what I was suggesting, but I didn't say Section 35, Captain Moriarty did. But I said the forced detax. And what I meant was, you said you, out of 1,000 people, you reached 250, maybe 300 people, and got them at least into an initial medical detox. Hopefully they took advantage of a more transitional 30-day detox after a 5-day, getting it out of their system. And then hopefully the people who are the experts get them into some more long-term rehab. That's the goal.
It is.
6 months, 12-month programs, because they're just going to continue to relapse if we don't get them into those type of programs. The detox, great job, is the initial step. What I was saying was, is the ones that aren't responding to you, detective, and to the members of your task force itself. At what point is an arrest made, and then let the court system take over to either say, hey, you're going to get into detox today, or you're going to go to LaBeau and you can detox out there. It's called tough love, but there are people out there that need that. And how can you? Well, I won't put it that way. I mean, how can you do what you're doing and save face to the people who want you to help them, and at the same time get the people who probably need the help even more off the street and into rehab?
Now, Detective, before I answer that, I just want to say because we're going to wrap this up in a second, because we're getting now into what the topics would be of a video. So answer this question, but I don't want to record the video now, right? I just see if we can get into
Scott's already got us rolling, Mr. Chairman.
No, I want to have the detective answer it. Then let's have Scott give a quick input, and then let's just find a way to sort of reel this in. Detective, go ahead.
Yes, Counsel, I agree. And there are a handful of people that do need that tough love, so to speak. How many times can you get a bite at the apple, so to speak, before it's like, okay, we offered them everything that we have under our umbrella here, but now it's time to take that next step and, so to speak, have that judge make that determination for that that court-ordered mandatory treatment, which is the Section 35 treatment that the judge would hand down. I don't want to speak too much about it because it's very preliminary and early stages, and I don't know much about it. But there is a process in another grant that's going to be starting up in the Holyoke District Court very soon that's going to address some of those issues. So I'm very excited to get the ball. I know they already have the ball rolling on that, but I'm excited to kind of integrate what it seems like our new grant is going to be sort of integrating into that system as well. So that's going to be something that's going to work out, I believe, and hopefully take care of some of those issues.
All right, Detective Scott, if I may, do you want to speak to the briefly to the logistics and to the costs and to just I mean, it seems like you got everybody on board. You've met the detective. You already know Captain Moriarty. You already know Councilor Murphy, Councilor McGivern, etc. How would you envision this going forward?
Yeah, so what I would say is, first of all, whether it's Councilor Murphy or the City Council clerk, if they could just get an email chain going between all of us, that would be super. What I would suggest is, and pardon me while I gently dovetail this into the next point of conversation, that we have a get the detectives and the representatives from the police department together with some member of the council who wants to ask some questions about these programs. This can all be done remotely via Zoom, so nobody has to be in the same room together. And we can use it as your forum to vet these issues out more and provide the information that you'd like.
Okay, so I'll do. Well, I don't want to go. I think Councilor Sullivan's had his hand up, so I want to recognize Councilor. But Councilor Martinez, are you good? Is there your hand up from before?
No, I do have. I just
okay,
wanted
all right. I'll recognize you in a second. Councilor Sullivan.
Okay, thank you. First of all, to Detective Immaterio, the Section 35, I think, and Captain Moriarty also, and I think to some extent, maybe even Councilor McGivern, are taking it awful easy on the judges. You have to work with them on a daily basis. I don't, all right? And I think it's time to take the kids' gloves off. I think the police department is frustrated. I think you're tired of bringing Section 35s into the court and running into a court psychologist or court psychiatrist that acts as a gatekeeper and doesn't even allow it to get in front of the judge, and then having the judge do nothing with it. And then even worse than that, when the judge finally does take action, to find out that 3 days or 5 days or 7 days later, the person is back on a bus from Bridgewater and back on the same corner. And that, as much as any other reason, is why the Section 35s aren't being done. So I just wanted to get that out on the table and out in the open and save you people the agony of having to put it out there, and, you know, something that with people you have to deal with on an everyday basis. But I think it's time for the public to start making their displeasure known to these judges. And if Judge Hadley is one, so be it. We've invited him in to meet with us. He's declined. So I want that out in public.
Councilor Brown Martinez, to wrap it up.
I'm not done.
Quickly,
Oh,
yeah, I just want.
Hold on, sorry,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Councilor Sullivan. So, take it easy. I thought you were done. Go, Councilor Sullivan.
No, I'll as far as the advertising goes, this is to describe. First of all, I'll give one example. I won't rant on all night about it. But on Thanksgiving Day, to go by Hampton Street and see where caring citizens had left meals, Thanksgiving meals out, and they're just piled up there as trash. The people aren't interested in even the Thanksgiving meals. These are Thanksgiving meals that could have gone to any one of a half a dozen social service agencies, Kate's Kitchen, all the rest, Salvation Army, Friends of the Homeless, that were out there providing meals. And it's to educate the public, to show this stuff, that they're doing nothing to help these people except enabling them. And the same with the money going out there and the rest of it, to show the public and to get them to direct their charity, their goodwill, their desire to help these people to the agencies that are providing the service, right? And not to put it out there like this. And this comes together with what Joe said, I'm sorry, Detective Amaterio said about a little bit of tough love. We're making it too easy for them not to accept the services that are out there. And if it was just a little bit harder, maybe more of them would move faster to accept these services, right? And then as far as the arrests go, I get it, but there's other things going on besides just the standing in traffic. Those are stolen shopping carts, and they're being left all over the city, all right? I get it. These people don't have money. We don't want to PC them, PC them, PC them, PC them. That's another example of tough love. It's making it more difficult for them to continue this type of behavior and not seek help. And that's what I think is one way to get more comprehensive with this. I think that's about it now. Dave, I could go on for a while, but I'll yield the floor to Gladys.
All right, thanks, Councilor Sullivan. Appreciate it, Mike. Councilor Brown Martinez.
I just want to to Mr. Matero, I don't know if you come across any grants that has any relationship. Back in the days, we had the DARE program, the drug program that would be talking also on the school level to the children regarding this drug. Back in the days was more like the heroin, you know, and all. And I remember Officer Romero doing these workshops in the schools for the kids, because this is becoming like a norm, you know what I mean? And I respect, I've had family members, you know, who become addict in the past and passed away even from it. And I think that, you know, the amount of this opiate in our community, we need to start also educating our young kids in the school system about the preventive of it before we can see, you know, the outcome that we're seeing today. So again, I thank you, and I just want to have you keep an eye on it and see if we as a city can also provide some type of education support to the school system as well.
Thank you, Gladys. Councilor McGivern, you have your hand up still.
I'll be quick. I'll be very quick, Mr. Chairman. I understand the time. Two things. Section 35 is a civil commitment. And, I just can't, with all due respect to Councilor Sullivan, I fully understand his position, but unfair. We're not Springfield. It's not Mayor Sarno taking shots at the judges. This is a little bit different. We have a judge who's trying to work and trying hard behind the scenes to work with the police department, the district attorney's office, and always works with probation because we're there. And to do the things that we're talking about this evening. Section 35 is very simple. It's a civil commitment. There isn't a person here that doesn't have the right to fight a unwanted commitment. Section 35, you have to prove the person cannot detox, cannot handle themselves, and is on the road to probably harm or kill themselves. And that's what the forensic clinicians get involved in. The judges listen to both sides of the stories. The person's given a lawyer, and the judge has a very tough decision to make. My tough love is possession. You make an arrest for something, they have possession, bring them downtown, let the courts, probation, let the judge, if necessary, level deal with that type of tough love.
Yeah, and I think we got a topic for one of the videos, Section 35. Councilor Sullivan, last word.
Yep. Just one other thing I want to follow up as far as the arrests and stuff go. I think, and you guys are doing a great job, but we need some more backup from the guys on the normal watch and stuff like that as to what goes on with these panhandlers. When I can see cars coming from Vermont, all right, and it's not that they just get off of 91 to make a donation to a panhandler, but there's an exchange going on, all right? There's an actual exchange, and it's Vermont license plates. These aren't concerned, caring citizens. And if I can see it, I would hope we'd bring a little extra I don't even know to describe it, but a little knowledge or transmit this information to some of the regular uniform patrols out there as well to keep an eye out for this behavior.
Okay, Councilor Murphy, it looks like this is, it looks like there's a process to move this forward. So would you say that this is complied with and we can move this along, or how would you like, how do you want us to handle this at this stage?
And I think I appreciate Scott's thought and comments, and I appreciate everyone else's. I certainly, if it's all right with Scott, I will try to put a group together, because I think a lot of the things we talked about in terms of what we can do, the kind of services that we can provide, what we're trying to do to help people, not trying to hurt people. And that, that we need the community to recognize these are the kind of services that can, instead of giving somebody some money, maybe you give somebody some advice. Maybe you need to look at, I know when I sit down and talk, do you know about Kate's Kitchen? Do you know about we need to get those words out so people know we have a lot of potential to improve people's lives. So if it's all right with Scott, I'll get people together. I do think it would be a good idea to have the mayor and the health director, as well as representatives for the task force and the veteran services who I know are out there doing their thing. So I think they can emphasize what they're doing, the potential services that can be out there, and the disincentive that contributing to panhandlers provides. And we need to get that from a disincentive into an incentive to come and take advantage of the services that we provide to improve their quality of life. And that's the goal. But if it's complied with, I'd be fine with that. And if Scott, if you're okay with me reaching out to you to try to coordinate this and set up maybe a 10 or 15-minute video and get people involved, explaining the various things that we can do, that would be fine with me. Scott?
Yeah, no, that sounds great. We'll wrangle the technology, you bring the people.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think I heard about topics for about 10 different videos tonight. So I think I think this is going to blend right into 13 in a second. I want to thank the detective, just to the detective. What's the name of the, if somebody's going to refer to you, what name are we giving? I mean,
you can just give him my name, or are you talking about the,
well, just hypothetically to what Councilor Murphy just said. So he said we could refer somebody to Kate's Kitchen. We could refer somebody to BHN.
What's your program?
It'd be easier for the Holyoke Police Community Center down at 208 Ray Street, Holyoke Police Community Center. And within this center, we have, we're here, and Officer Cologne's here for the Holyoke Police Community Officer, and then we also have counselors and clinicians down here. So it's a multitude of services down here.
So it's called the Holyoke Police Community Center.
Yes.
So, and while we all respect and love that name, is that the best name by which to refer to somebody who's in a sensitive position like this, that maybe hears the word police, and maybe that's a deterrent? I'm just throwing it out there as a hypothetical. I have no idea, because I'm not a psychiatrist. I leave that to people well past me. I'm just throwing it out. Okay, don't answer it. Just consider it. That's all it is. I'm just throwing it out. Okay, so we heard Councilor Murphy's recommendation. If I could get a motion that this is complied with, that would be great.
Motion item has been complied with, item number 12.
Motion's made and seconded. Agenda item 12 is complied with. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, final one before us. This is again, Councilor Murphy, Holyoke Media, about the possibility of having more programming on Channel 15. So Councilor Murphy, proceed.
Yeah, I met with Scott. I know people have said to me, is there a way to get more programming, local programming, that would explain various things about what's going on in the community, rather than, and with all due respect, rather than having all the various scrolling that goes around when we're not having programming. And I do think it would be, if we could end up doing something that would be informative, entertaining. I know every now and then on the school channel, there's the kids doing, or the students doing some kind of musical or some play. I know there's some athletics type things on it, but if we could do some things on Channel 15 that would do similar things, maybe we're going a survey of Wisteria Hearst, or we're going and doing something at the library, or whatever the case might be, or interviews or whatever. I think have some programming that would be, I think it would attract people's interest.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I would say is right now in particular with the channel, a lot of what I'm pushing there is the local meetings, just to make sure that they're getting appropriate viewing by people, since there's not as much public access as there normally is for them. We push a lot of our content to our social media platforms. And so I would certainly encourage following us there on YouTube and on Facebook. I'd also say we would love to get you counselors on the air more often. Whether when we're doing interviews for pieces that we're covering, or whether it's in more formatted things like what we've been talking about having a regular program, coming from the council, doing interviews with departments or whatnot like that. Certainly that type of stuff we would absolutely be into facilitating. And like I said, with the other piece, we can do it via Zoom. Don't even need to be there in person to do it. But we would definitely love to have more engagement with you guys to do more content. And I'm going to bring this up now just because I don't want to forget and I don't want it to get lost in the mix. That you guys, the city council, you guys, do have the ability to appoint someone to my board of directors. We'd love to see that take place too, to kind of facilitate better communication about this. I put it in one line of almost every communication that I sent you guys, just saying, oh, and by the way, you guys have an appointee. We'd love to see that to get filled.
All right. All right. Thank you for that. Councilor Murphy, what's your thinking here?
After hearing that, I'm going to reach out to Scott after again, and I think it's been complied with, and I think we should try to see if we can work with Scott and develop some kind of, it may not be a formal programming, but some kind of programming that we're going to try to do various things with either counselors or department heads or events.
Like what we were just talking about.
Take place. So I appreciate Scott. I appreciate your time, Scott. I appreciate your input from the beginning. And, I would certainly hope that we can do some of these, and I would love to be able to work with you to conduct some interviews and do some other things. So.
All right. Jennifer, did you want to add anything before we wrap this up, or you want to make a closing comment?
No, I appreciate you inviting us here. And as Scott said, we We do need you to reply to us when we reach out to you in order for folks to make this content. We need you. And so, you know, we have reporters on the ground, Natalia and Johan, I know you guys know them. When they reach out to you, if you could reply to them, that would really help. So that's an important thing. Your participation is wanted and needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair comment. Okay, Councillor Sullivan.
Jennifer and Scott, as far as reaching out and responding to these people you're asking us to respond to, when they refer to on social media posted on 1/8, refer to a city councilor, right, as a person who uses his entitlement as a white male to determine what is right or wrong based on his assumptions and privilege for what is convenient and comfortable for him and his peers, not the overall community, referring to a city councilor, and then to ask us to go talk with these people and be interviewed by the people. You got to do a lot of soul searching within your own Holyoke media.
Opposing viewpoints are always welcome, sir, and you're welcome at any time to make any kind of statement you would like, and it can be broadcast. So that is an open invitation.
All right, I don't want to let this get too deep at this point. Gladys, Councilor Brown Martinez, you have your hand up?
No, I'm almost set. Thank you. My computer is about to die though. I gotta get out of this meeting because it's gonna die on me.
We're almost done.
I think you're gonna get a second and a third for that. Okay, so on this particular motion, I think I heard what order. I'm sorry, I heard what Councilor Murphy said. Councilor Murphy is going to carry the ball and then organize this some more. I think what I heard in green light is this. We can say this is complied with. So I will take that motion. Unless Councilor Murphy, do you want to add something? Are you good?
No, that
okay. I'll take a motion.
Motion is item 13 complied with.
Second that.
Motion is made and seconded that the agenda item is complied with. On discussion, thank you to Holyoke Media, and also thank you to all our prior guests. This is a new record for this body, but records are made to be broken. So there you go. 4 hours and 32 minutes. So I do thank everybody. I think it was a good discussion, and as per usual, we got a lot done. Thank you to the committee. So on that motion, all in favor? Aye. The 14 we've already disposed of. So Jeff is going to plug in those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dates going forward. So you've got all those in your calendars. If something's added, we'll let you know. I hope not. I hope we won't have to meet on the 14th of June, but I'm guessing we will. So that's that. One final motion should do it, I think.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made and second to adjourn, non-debatable. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it.